I realized my mic was muted. Hello! Another day of working. Blood on my veins. I don't think you're ready for the test. Hi, Vex! How was class today? Did you have a good day at school? Was school good? It's obvious. I'm gonna take you down. Hope that class was good and you had a good time. That colleague is fun and you made a few friends. I'm gonna take you up and gonna stop. It was good, but my bike was rage baiting me. No! What happened? I got my veins. Ready for the game time. Oh. There you go. I'm drinking the taro milk tea today. It's pretty good. It's pretty cute. Brown, 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 brown. Oh, your master illusion. I'm gonna do. Alright, run me later. Alright, now I go here. Get down to up, I think on my butt. Up and take you down. There you go. Open. And then position. Okay. History freeze. Not the cave, not the joints. Always skin. Fine skin. I got 200 feet out of my bike before the tire jumped the rim and popped. That's crazy. I'm so sorry. I wonder why it has so many problems. Maybe you could ask Pixels. Pixels knows a lot about bikes. Hello, Rhino. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. We probably won't, unless you guys want to. We may not take a nap today because I already took a nap after my therapy appointment. So I was dumb enough to buy something made in America. Valid. But that's a lot of money. I feel like we need to put in a complaint with the people. With the peoples. You know, the peoples that fixed your bike, because it feels like it's on them. Like, why? I just feel silly. see, total poly count. Oh shit, I didn't write it. I said opened. Okay, good. Oh god. Places, yeah, so 1,700. 1,730 tries. Hi, Pixels! Pixels, do you know... Oh, I'm going to the manufacturer on Friday. Okay, good. Pixels, would you know why an extra light bike would have its tire keep popping? Or just rage bait Vexed? Because Vex has got... They have an expensive lightweight bike. But the tire keeps fucking with them. Grayscale. Normal map. It's a Detroit bike Sparrow. I don't know what kind of bike that is. Maybe that's like, I don't know. I don't know enough about bikes. I don't have shit to say. Gonna be a heartbreaker. Oh shit, I put this in the wrong comments. I did. Import model using You have to re-click this. Yeah. Never will take just the one. Import. Let me check the other. Optimized. Exporting to Roblox, importing. Like this one. What I think is happening is the rim is crushing the tire because it's causing it to pop. Interesting. I know nothing about bikes, so that sounds right to me. Making, skinning, exporting. This one. Okay. That's bogey. I'm doing a new thing that I've never done before and it's scaring me. Oh! Where did they go? Okay, here they are. These, I think, are the two. Right? But if your alignment is good, then it could also be a pressure buffer. Either too low or too high can cause something like that. Interesting. I know nothing about bikes. 3 and 5? Wait, is this 3 and 5? No. I'm presuming. Where is CO3? I'm not seeing an MCR. Is it not these guys? Most of my experience is with mountain bikes and hybrids, so not 100%. That makes sense. This says old. Where is it? I'm so confused. They got the RSS for it. Oh. Where are these? Here we go. There's Oh my god, this is so hard to maneuver. Oops. Actually, are they flat-footed? They are flat-footed. Okay. Where did the characters? So hard to do. Okay. I maybe should have kept what I had. Okay, I might have fucked up. What's going on here? I am importing stuff into a game engine, and I'm confused. But I'll figure it out. It just takes a bit of setup. Okay, alright, there you go. I just need to boop, 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 boop. Okay, that one's good. Okay. Hello, Fox. How's it going? Okay, so now I should be able to import it. Import. Going decent all in all. I'm glad. Currently trying to figure out how to import things. Because I've done this once before. Oops. Okay, what were the instructions? When I import it, it should be rig type. It should be, I think, this one. Is it this one? Yeah, rig general, rig type. Scale. Alright, where did it go? Oh. This is a female one. So this is gotta rotate. How do I rotate? Wow, this is like so weird. Oh, where is it? Right here. What's that? One last friend. You say. Alright, let's remove this. Where the heck? Oh, there it is. Please. On to one last breath. Let me say. There you go. Oh no. Okay, and then shit. What do I do next? to believe it. I think I have to look it up. I have to look it up. Import. Oh, was it in the? Oh, okay, right. Hi, Sheppy! And welcome on in, Mon. Hello, everyone. Welcome on in. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Sorry if I'm a little spacey. I'm trying to figure out...
Father, help!
Why? Why, Jimmy? Why? First, they get demoted. What's inside? Accessory. Set it up in accessory under the dummy provided. You can click this next to the dummy group. Your mesh should go under your mesh. Mesh. Where's my mesh? Where'd it go? Mesh. This is the mesh. Let's go here. Thank you for the lurk. Have fun in Fortnite. I hope you get those dubs. Name your mesh handle. So it needs to be named handle. Let's see. Name. Something in your mouth. Yeah, it needs to be named handle. So we have to rename this to be handle. This should be renamed as the... Okay, dinner eaten and water refilled. Nice. Futuristic visor cap. And now it needs the thing, right? Mesh should go into the accessory you created. Name your mesh handle. Called waves. Copy it over to the old C frame. And attach under handle. Name your mesh handle and add attachment. Need waist center attachment. Does it need waist center attachment if it's a hat though? And something in your mouth. No, it depends on what it's connected to, right? So this would be head, face center attachment. Would I be able to look at it in terms of like over here? Like what did they add it to, I guess? Handle attachment. What do you mean it doesn't have a name? Did anybody do any of these correctly? Hat attachment. Handle attachment. I'm about to scream. Hat. What do you mean? What do you mean that these don't have item? Take note from the setup in the okay. Okay. Handle waist center attachment. Should it always be waist center attachment? I'm gonna presume so. Let me just move these forward. Okay. You're gonna take this. Have a good shower. So this face front, face hat attacher. Attachment. It said to copy the world C frame, right? Copy over the world C version from the rename. Right? Yeah. And then drag it into and we'll start it there. It didn't work. Because there's two starter characters right now. How wife? How'd you sleep? Did you sleep good? Interesting. I woke up super late, so I can't have a long time, but I'm here. That's fine. The fact that you're here regardless makes me happy. It's so weird. Lurk talk after meeting sounds good. I gotta play Baldur's Gate today. Oh my god, I hope I have so much fun. Lizard. I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, it does look like open the animator editor. Oh. -1. Let's see, let me just copy these. Okay, now the hat attachment is at the incorrect position in terms of this. And this. Why does it keep changing? Go to orientation, just make this 0. Oh, well, those are correct. Yeesh. People are so sweet. They are, aren't they? I'm so confused on what I'm doing. To start. Oh, that's the wrong one. This one. Okay, I've broken my character. So let me just renew it. There it is. Oh, also today I decided to put the advancedgg tag on, but someday I'll be able to have my own Discord thingy where I can put my own stuff, like my own tag, and it'll be cool. Mew is too sweet for sure. Oh, for sure. That's why she more laugh. Yeah, so then I can wear it. We just wear each other's. Instead of wearing our own, we just wear each other's. I only have 3 out of the 5 thingies though, so I'd have to wait. I have to have 3 more boosts and then I can do it. Oops. There you go. Okay. Now I think you have to pay that, but that's oh! I think you're right, actually. Let me check. I really, really, really want it because it's super, super cute. Boosts. No, wait, that one. God damn it. Custom invite link, server background, progress bar. Where is it? Yeah. Oh, you can still, so if like 3 more people boosted the Milk Club, we would be able to enable it. We would be able to enable that one. Yeah, so it's still the same. Like, so I could either put the 3 boosts into like more stickers and audio quality, or you can put it into getting the tags and stuff. I think I saw that on your server. You can do that, I think. Yeah, Pookie, you could do it on yours. You got Shems and someone else boosted yours, so you could do it on yours. You could use your 3 extra server boosts and use the server tags if you wanted. That's why I got thinking about it, because I saw that yours had it. Hi, Compact! Welcome on in. Nope. Email. Rig. R15. Wait, it's Arthro, right? That was the... Yeah. I gotta see where I put it. Do I need to position it first? Yeah. What they say. I think I have to position it first. So I don't have the fancy plugin or widget to let people know what I do. To make the tiniest window just to display my player. That's valid. It's a little plugin I have in OBS to do that. Otherwise, I did do what you did, which is just kind of have it playing and then like screen capping it in the bottom. Can't see. This is so hard. I hate this. To be honest, this is really hard. Double-sided. I trust that there is a widget for YouTube. I think mine can do it. Hold on, let me look at it. Tuna. I think you're right. I think it might not be able to. Tuna basics. Yeah, there might be a way around it, but I'm not super sure. YouTube hates us as all. I'm surprised it doesn't have its own player. If you have YouTube Music, it'll work. Here. The setup might be a little bit different, but it does say it supports YouTube Music. Yeah, it says it can do it. But yeah, if you haven't started streaming it, if you download it and install it, you could probably go through the setup if you wanted to on stream. It's pretty easy. I do the most simplest form. I just take the song name. But you can have the song album cover, the name, who it's by, and the length of it. You can even do, I think, the lyrics, but I think that's a Spotify specific part. But it does say it does Spotify music. I just don't know how specifically. Alright, I got confused again. Where am I? What am I doing? Open like a new tab. Okay, I'll save it and try it after stream. I'm doing a French stream, so I don't want to make it wait. Valid. Have a good stream, my love. I'll have a great stream. Okay. Oh, it is bigger. So it's supposed to be... Okay, I fucked up. Okay, the male one is correct. Female one is not. Love you, thank you, bigger. Of course! Unbind skin. Oh no, this is correct. I did it right. I wish you could see the feels like this needs to calm down. I can't really tell what's going on. Oh, ghost. Okay. Now, accessory. I need to take the mesh, put it in here, rename it to handle, and add an attachment. I will call it the hat mesh. And now the world C-frame I have, but I'm gonna make sure head hat attachment. Okay, world. Okay, now it's different. What the fuck? I'm still trying. Okay, so add attachment looks to be a little bit different. 101. Okay, looks to be the same now. Okie dokie. And then for this one, open the animation editor. Where is that? I'm not seeing one of those. Also, above the shit out of me. Hi, Ghost. How you doing? Oh, that shit. That's where it is. That's annoying. Alright, that's fine. Performance, avatar, assistant. Where is the animation window? Where is the animation window? I got packets from our water and they taste like ass and a half. You know what you should try? advancedgg. It's really good. It's really good. You can get 10% off of my code. Today I get to try, or later tomorrow I'll be trying the ice green tea flavor. It's supposed to taste like Arizona green tea. I'm really excited about that one. Oh, Wait. Animation editor? Select a rig to animate. Hard to do. I don't know where it came. Oh, I think it was from you stuff. Need her so bad. What? Oh, my phone's a buzzing. I think I posted the thing. If I ever wanna taste it, I'm just my friends. Everybody chases. No, when she's in. Let's see. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. He's a twisted trickster. Everybody wants to be a twisted. I'm supposed to. Expensive. I'll talk to the. What? Video editing, V-highlight, archivist, MP4. Advanced is too many monies. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess you could probably go just to like Safeway or something and get like other variants, you know? Those might be better for you, the bang for your buck. She's a twisted trickster. Everybody wants to be the sisters, Mr. Coca-Cola roller coaster. Trickster. Must be the sisters, Mr. Coca-Cola roller coaster. Love her even though I'm not supposed to. Animation space. What? Okay, I'm confused. Oh, I understand. How do I do this? Apply sample poses to validate. What? Okay. So maybe this needs to go somewhere else? Add head. How do I add this to here? I mean, yeah, it worked. Oops. Sure, it's okay. I have to remove this. Okay, I think this is good now. Adjust if necessary and then re-export. However, I need to. Okay. So latex? Is the material latex? It is. Latex and metal. And I believe that's what they had. Yes, latex and metal. And what size are these? Details. 512 already, okay. Does the handle have it, or does the accessory have said, material? It is asymmetric handle, asymmetric. How do they do it on the other ones? I think it never was home, so do I. Just home, tiny eyes, and sleeping down. Example, mesh, handle, body. What is this? Let me go to one of the other models. I lost him. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Just whatever. Leather handle. What is this? Mesh part leather handle. Interesting. I don't have that. Mesh part? Interesting. So how are they doing that then? Know what I was looking for. I'm gonna talk about textures. What? Until I find Hmm. Just gives me. Is that the same? Actual touch, so long. Everything I can say. I am confused. It's not correct. I'm checking over here. Oh my god, are these separate meshes? Oh. I see. Okay, I think I understand. No, I don't think this is right. I'm a bit confused. Yeah. Huh. So my capped had message while I was gone. I thought I'd send it. Huh? Huh? Strange. Okay, so I think I did this wrong. It did not send? It did not send. I am sorry. Oh, cute. How do I make it not visible now? I don't think it's that. Parents. Oh yeah, so it's. I'm gonna copy this handle then. Oh, it's this one. And we want this one to go in here. Huh? Oh, this one. Ah, okay, so that doesn't work. What is happening? Interesting. But if I move this, yeah, it moves the whole thing, okay? Maybe I just gotta... Handle. Add attachment. That's all. Okay, let's delete this thing. Add attachment. Actually, make sure it's got the same. See now file. Okay, that works. Okay. I like a good cold shower after a long day. I like warm showers personally. I can only take a cold shower if I'm like dying. Look at this one. What is the handle? Name parent. What is it? I'm so confused. Is that the warm as I go and lowered until that makes sense. Also, way further from the north than you. This is valid. I am confused. Cast shadow, double-sided material, transparency. Be a thing that says visible. Was this the thing? No, it was this. Texture transparency 0. Oh! So I was wrong. Okay. Damn it. Scale. Walk beside me. Do you feel my fingers wet? I'm going good in the garden. Rename. You need it to understand. We're glad you came. Stick to me. Stick to me. Beside me. Thank you for the song request. Rename. Judgment. To sell. Want to get better over it all. Want to tally like before. Mentally cold and grateful, I know. I'll keep dancing to the rhythm. This future's a prison. Beautiful nightmare. Or nutrition. What I'm given. Alrighty. Okay, so now that's on there. Not this task, this one. I had a weld. What does it weld to? All faces, handles, part 01 handle. Okay, so this one, weld. Oh. There you go. Oh my god, I forgot. I don't have an outdoor windowsill, and oh my god! Imagine cartoony ass death. Fucking you drop it and fucking falls on someone's head and kills them. That'd be crazy. I meant to go click on my wife. Thank God I'm not above a tree. Are you not? What are you above then? Alright, okay. Should be welded. Should be good now. I go to the animation editor, I go to the head. A courtyard no one uses? Okay. Makes sense. I haven't had this song to my life. I actually quite like the song. Alright, the weld didn't work. Let's go to fin stuff. Laces, part P1. One goes back to laces. One goes back to latex. Wait, did the weld save? It did. There we go. God damn, they are terrible at documenting the process in which it takes to do this. Add material variant. Right? It's a material variant? Or no? It's just a material. Delete. Texture? Oh, what did they put on theirs? What is this? Surface appearance. I like that emote. It's like a good emote. Okay, so surface appearance, and I have to name it latex. Okay, and then I have to add in the materials. But is there specific naming conventions for the materials? No. Okay. There's not. How do I import this? Oh, why is it a list? Yeah, I guess so. Sort. Why is there no sort button? Base default material. I don't know what material it is. I have to rename it. Futuristic visor cap base color. Futuristic. Oh my god, I should just copy this. Say what you like, what I've got. Metallic. Normal map. Roughness map. I don't know. Okay. Where can I import this? Wait, get this. How do I import textures? What's here? How do I import stuff? How come I can't import these files in here? Bulk import. These guys running and running and running and running for you. Love to. This is the middleness map. This is the normal map. This is the roughness map. There you go. Is that how it fucking looks in the thing now? It's more like a dark red. Is it because of the... What material do they put their stuff as? Does it matter all that much? Plastic. Alright. Okay. I have to document that, what I just did, because that was a bitch and a half to search through and figure out, so... Okay. How to import your outfit pieces into step 1. Export the file once positioned and rigged onto the positioned and skinned onto the rig with armature. Step 2, rig with armature, import into, with rig settings, R15 and R throw. Step 3, position the model onto the player asset and duplicate and apply the handle. Step 4, duplicate the handle for the appropriate part and place an attachment underneath it and make sure it has the same world C frame position as whatever it applies to at top, bottoms, etc. Step 5. Step 5. Rename the item that is the object and its sub parts to what that material is specifically, i.e. cotton. Step 6. Find a surface appearance and import the textures. Step 7. Make sure it works in the animation editor and export. Alright, let me do it again, because now I understand it. Handle. Add attachment. Male head. Next hat attachment. World C frame. And now home, I import 3D, mail, rig, this one, Madonna, creepy crawler. How's it going? Hi, Milky Mooney. Good. It's going good. I had to figure out this fucking stupid importation process by myself, because they're like, but. But it's okay. I have figured it out. Battery. This one. I take this guy. Where is this guy? You can't tie me down. Get. Yeah. Focus hammer time. Oh. Oh, well, ain't nothing much. There we go. Now this goes up here. Right, that's all we had for that one. That was handle hat attach. Okay, handle hat attachment. Add a weld. Add a weld. Part 1 needs to go to hat handle. Part 2 needs to go back to it. Why is it rotated again? Why are you rotated again? In my life. Notice how when there's no pog. Okay. Where'd the weld go? Where'd the oh wait, I did that. Oh man. Ow, it's backwards. Looks like a real OG. What is happening? Oh, it's too low again. Okay. And now plugins. Why didn't it work? Oh, it's because this didn't. This is latex. Let me look at how this did this. Well, it went back onto itself. That's what I did. Well, oh, there you go. Hi Kiwi, how was your day? You having a good day? Sorry, I'm like itching the fuck out of my eyeball. How's it going? Having a good day? Oh shit. That's how I feel. Ugh. Woke up with my throat swollen, so I stayed home today. Are you okay? Are you okay? I'm sorry. Okay, wait, what step did I miss? Into a position that moving clear, so to be the handle for you, and having to make sure I have the same world C frame as a hat. Someone say it does. I'll move it again though. Is it gonna keep? Am I feeling better? I'm gonna grab some tea on it. Sounds good. Ow, someone just screamed over the mic. What happened? Why are they screaming? I'm very confused why this is now not working. So it shouldn't matter its location. Handle, latex. Handle. Oh wait. Is this the problem? And then the weld should go to handle and handle. But if I move it, it removes itself. You don't wanna wake up. Yeah, okay, now he works. Damn it. Handle. Weld. Why? I'm playing a game and someone just started screaming as loud as they could for no reason. It's that tism, bro. Intense. Is it bullshit? No, I'm dangerous. Radiation eating. Hold on. Okay, now will this break? It does still break. Why is it breaking? Well, but it also still does not. I don't understand. Because where is it? It's so easy. Getting high. Let me see. Okay, so let's see, let's redo this. Let's see from what's this one? Why is it negative? Hmm. Okay. It's not. What is it? Well, do handle. Okay. When welding an item, the item keeps. Oh! Oh, you son of a bitch! Empty stare. Okay, so I think I might have jumped the gun a little bit, so let me... My name out the dollar sign. Blonde. Okay. And this one, once again, needs to be rotated. There we go. There we go. Alright, so that's fixed. This. Attachment. Go ahead, give me some. Oh, now it's fixed. Now, if this is a well, it should work. Oh, it worked! Oh my god! I hate game development. I hate it. I don't hate it. It's just this is why I don't do the math stuff. Make me so heated. I'm take my jacket off. It's like nice and cold. And now fucking importing shit into this fucking program has made me hot and angry. Not hot and bothered, hot and angry. Ain't getting no booty up in this bitch. Alright. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's time. Oh, okay. Rename it to what it is. Good days. Speaker, you're horny as hell. Speaker, I'm horny as hell. Okay, valid. Alright, listen, you can give up the booty, but me, I'm pissed off now. Shit made me angry. And it's gonna get better. Oh. Oh, okay, I did it. I did it. Open the kitchen sink. I don't wanna feel. I don't wanna. I was gonna check something now. I forgot. Stop, get a drink, throw up in the kitchen sink. I don't. Yummy. I'm just living for a minute. I'm okay, babe, I'm fine. Was eating, meeting my. I like that more. Stop, get a drink, throw up in the kitchen sink. Alright. Alright. Pictures, screenshots, sort by date. Now, how do I export it? It's fine. No, this is a VIP item, right? This is. Everyone has different naming conventions. That's crazy. Future. Oh, I can't spell. I don't know how to spell. That was a bad example. So they did do this all as okay, it is grayscale, so I have to upload it as grayscale. Okay. How do I export it? Let's say it in here. How do I export it? How to export Ow, 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 ow. What? What do you mean I can't? Oops, wrong thing. I'm trying to mesh one is available with export and select. What do you again? And export. Click. Click the mesh should be mesh part, union information, or part with a special mesh. Inside the model, put it down until you find the mesh part. Okay, I already have the mesh part selected. Or the viewport? Move that body. Okay, zoom to be this one. Make sure to right click in the Explorer or Viewport. Well, where's it in the Explorer? Oh, wait. Ah, but if I did it this one. Oh. That's not what I was expecting. Okay, here. Apparel. This one. Okay, this is the futuristic visor cap. Do they want is that as an OBJ? Or FBX? XBX, FBX. Can't I export it as an FBX? FBX. Oh, female. That was the male one. I'm stupid. Oh, it's still exporting. Okay. It's very interesting that it doesn't export it in that way, but that's okay. That just means I have to redo it in the thing. Which is fine. Close, don't save. Anti-mist. Alright, well, for the most part, it should be done now. I'll do a bunch of the baseball bat. Sport by right clicking. Mesh. Okay, so I think it's because I need to try it one more time. It just work? Futuristic advisor. And then I know to open Affinity. Oh. I just saw my eyes go sideways. My cracking broke. Something we can work with, to switch me down. Saturation. This one. Oops. This one, this one, this one, this one. Not what mine's gonna feel like. Won't be my screen, nothing else will be alright. This one, this one. I don't need you, I just need you, come here. This is the mail. This is the mail. What to say now? I'm to the most. Make it hard almost. Oh, I don't believe it wrong. I've been acting kind of crazy. I'm so daunting. You day was crazy. Yeah, yeah. Time to leave you when I hate you. But I miss you, come here. I put the rest of them in progress. Nope. Because I forgot. God damn. Okay. Nope. I think that's it for that. God damn, that was like so annoying because the instructions were in one place and another place and another place, and I had to like compile them all together in order to make my brain happy and understand it all, because you know, stuff in a good way. Okay, go, call me hot, not pretty. Baby, don't you like the feet? Baby, so you stick with. I don't want to do this next bit. It's just gonna suck. At least I can unblur my screen now. It's hard to go. HOTTOGO. Fapping bunch toes. Wrong program. HOTTOGO. You can take me hard to go. I'm so annoyed because, like, what the fuck is this bullshit? God, that took forever. Thought that was gonna take me like an hour. It took me like 2.5. I was like, my feelings. I'll get with it. There in a damn hot minute, and baby, don't you like me? Oh, community guidelines violation. What? I send this to Kiwi. I guess. I didn't do anything. That video shouldn't have been. Okay. Well, TikTok did not like that video for some reason. HOTTOGO, and we have to go. Alright, let me look at this. It's got a bunch of tiny little doodads on them. Seems like 4 on either side. Interesting. No, I don't. And I heard another verse. Be a sanctuary. I'm the only one I know. I'm really it opens down, but the hour and gold. They gave me a heart, now you give me so. Only words you say. Voices underneath. Fire. Can I get a make a little higher? You can't fly. I think I went viral. Leave us, I'm gonna leave us. Always good time. Is that... No, because it's more like this. Just somewhat annoying, but it's fine. Living in your mind now. Like visual by now. I will make Oops. Oops. I just woke up from a dream. You and I had to say goodbye. All I know what it means. And sometimes I realize where you go, that's where I'll follow. Always tomorrow. That's when I love you. Wanna hold you tonight. I wanna be next to you. Lost in the words I see. All we wanna do is anymore. Wait. This. Oh, my head itches. Oh shit, I have to reply to an email. Oh my god. Hey guys, you guys use password managers? Do you guys use password managers for your stuff? I'm next to you. You guys use password? Well, you should. Because, it's spooky if you don't. I have to, and also I'm affiliated with one. Ba-bam! So if you want to use one, support the maincoow. I got some. This is about your OG pension. I don't know. I guess I gotta look at my Twitch stuff. Analytics. Research, I think. Maybe not. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? Where's Canada? Canada. Let's go here. You're special. I will book you special. 2, 3, 4. I agree. Same. What? Oh. What? Oh, God. I do it? Did I sign up? I signed up! Yippee! Oh, she's running out the door. Alright, I did that. I'm a weirdo. I don't belong here. I don't want to do all this right now. I just want to download the program. Can I download the program? How do I download the program with the stuff? JC. God, it's taking forever to load. Tease me easily. Open! I know! My POV, I'm at your door. Open! No. Hold on. I don't know why my thing's not doing this. But hi! How was your stream? Did you have a good time playing Once Human? I hope you did. I'm kind of dealing with some just general work stuff, so... Old Grumpy Samurai Raid, what's up, Aries? Hello, Kieran. I hope you guys had a good time. Hi. Hi. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're having a good day. It was fun, thank you, of course. If you need to raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope the vibes here can entertain, because my work made me Angie, but we're okay now. Okay. How are you tonight? I'm not so bad. Trying to get work done, but stuff's being slow and it's making me annoyed. But it's okay. You asked into your twirl. How do I do this? How do I download it? Hey, hold on. How do I download the progress? Twirl. Photon. Oh, whatever. Work be poop poop sometimes. I feel this in my soul. Yeah, my job. I was having like a good time with everything else, and then they were like, hey, what if we gave you, what if we made you do a new thing that you don't like to do? And I'm like, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. I'm trying to figure out how to download, because I'm now actually partnered with, you know what? I'm gonna take a nap. I probably won't wake back up though. That's okay, Vex. I hope you sleep well. I hope you sleep well, Pookie. Good night. I'm now partnered with Proton, which creates some very privacy-forward programs like password managers, emails, and whatnot. I don't know how to download the program. I'll download it later. My brain is too confused. I used all my big brain energy earlier, and I don't have any more. Bestie. Seems. What was I doing? I was doing this. So I need an orb, but I don't know. I think I should do an orb and a ring. I think it should be what I do. But all of these, regardless, are going to need a small chain going down on it, so let's just take this out. Ring. Turn this off. Modeling, UV editor. Movies. There we go. The perspective camera is clipping now. I don't want. That's small. No, it's too small. I think that's good. I don't like any of these songs. Sure. That's the wrong button. Shift D. Oh, I did it wrong. That's fine. Oh, I think we do like... I'm gonna do like 60 rings. I think 60 would be good. Or maybe 50. We'll start with 50. I give them no power. Chain of ring chain 1. On the civilization. Destination. Above, and there are a lot of people above me. Don't come from the people I love, cause then I get scary, then I get ugly, yeah. Ain't no problem, no vision. Cause I know observation. Not nearly enough, got it, okay. Let's do duplicate. This is 100 of them. Location. Damn, still not enough, huh? Okay. Let's do... Just be real, you're just being honest. Combine, history, free center pivot, delete, 2, love in hand, oh baby. There you go. Hello, Rainer. I hope you're having a wonderful day. You're very happy. Thank you. Still not enough, huh? That's crazy. Does it look like it? No. It's crazy talk. Fine. Fine. 300. It's pretty close. Close enough. Files. Save scene as... What is this called? 80s Lamb. Did I not make one of these? Is it called the headwear? Still headwear. It doesn't look like it. This one, apparel. These install. Okay. Combine. There we go. There we go. 6. Oops. Two 2.9. 2.9. I think that's fine. Overhand out, baby. For rotation, we're gonna rotate it this way. Cool. You return. Welcome back, sir. Let's delete this one. Some after stream care to feed the fur ball and feed the fur balls. Understandable. I hope the fur babies are all good now. Oh, that's like 2 though. I only did. Oh man. Right now. Combine. There we go. And then this was like 2.97, I think. Hi, Lane, with friends right now. Say hi. Hi, friends! Wait. Oh, fuck, wrong arm. Hi, friends! Hi, friends! Hi, friends! Hope you're having a good day! Hi! I'm stuck in work hell, but I hope you're having a lovely day! Hi! Have I made a good impression? Have I made a good impression? I can wait more. Hi! Hope I made a good impression. DJ, play your favorite song. It's okay. There we go. Chain 2 done. I think chain 3 can be a lot smaller though. 2. Let's take it down from 300 to like 200 maybe? But it would be my luck that the thing that I have created deceives me. Ain't a boogie all night. Length scale 2.97. Oh my god. It's too many. Yeah, it's okay. I'll delete this guy. This is circlet 3. Friends like your design. Thank you! Thank you. I like y'all's design. Wink. Thank you. Very nice indeed. I like it. Why like them? They have good tastes. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Go focus on hanging out with your friend. Don't watch me. I'm just a goofy goober, man. I'm just a goofy goober. Ah. Right. The form program. 2.79. That's the wrong number. Actually, that's not a bad number. Can we offset it though? Yo, well, that's crazy. Oh. Okay, but it needs to just connect on the our dead piece, I think. So I keep offsetting it. And then if we scaled it in rotation. Yaha! Not rotated enough. It'll look weird. I want this game asset to look good, chat. To look good. Not overlap onto itself. Is that okay? Yeah, that's fine. Circlet 4. This is curve deformation. Those are the curves, these are the circlets. So much geometry. Maya, please! Edit, delete, update history, increment, save. Okay. delete all of these. We don't need them no more. And then this guy. Oh shit, wait, I didn't. Oh, it's fine. It looks fine. There you go. Need this all to go away. Ah. There you go. Reset. Is there one that goes straight across? Not really. That's fine though. I just rotate the whole thing. Does that look like it's supposed to look? Yeah, pretty much. Except for a few things. This should go here. It's gonna piss me off otherwise. This should rotate just a bit more. I can't see it all. I'm back home! What do you mean you're back home? You're sick. You're supposed to stay inside, my guy. How have you been, madame? I have been busy with work. But other than that, I've been pretty good, I think. Chain pop, I guess? Oh, my brain's gonna explode. Oh, I didn't send the last message. Then you call me and it's not so bad. Oof. Ooh, Maya's lagging hard. Busy isn't necessarily a bad thing. That is true. Busy isn't necessarily a bad thing. I don't like when sometimes stuff gets in the way of me wanting to do certain projects. But little May needs to make that dinero. I am enjoying my work off this week. I'm so glad. Oh my god, I'm so happy. I hope it's been a good, relaxing week filled with video games and fun times, and hopefully maybe some good food. If you can get some. I have to do that for all of these because I'm a silly goober. I'm a silly goober. Goofy goober rock. Yes, yay. We're just gonna ignore how deformed that little guy looked. I can make it even better. How? Are you gonna go kiss one of your cats? Is kissing cats a weird thing? I only have to work 12 days, then oh my god, look at you! I hope you get nice and rested. I hope it's a nice and restful time. And October 1st, I start my new job. Oh, a new job? I hope you like the new job. I hope you're excited for the new job. I hope it's perfect. I I am. That's so good. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Closer to home. Oh, that's way better then. Yeah, for sure. Better working hours. Ooh, better working hours. I like this. And a raise in salary, brother. That's awesome. It's a 5-minute walk. Why don't you take the job sooner, am I right? I'm just kidding. But I'm glad. I'm so happy. I braved the rain to go buy tea and get my wife's refrigerator. Oh, very proud of you, Kiwi. I'm very proud of you. Good job. Good job. Bert Circlet. Impossible. Circlet. And now I just gotta make. Dang, where can I get? I know, right? Such a mood. I guess in the city, right? It'd have to be in like a city, maybe. Nowhere at the moment because I haven't taken it here. Because I've taken it here, right? I drive 30 miles within. Oh, Jesus. It's a small town, to be honest. That's fair. Okay. Every day it's a 78-mile round trip. You're doing like a little. It's like you're doing a little. What do you call it? What do you call it? It's like you're doing a mini road trip every time you go to work. That's what that sounds like to me. You used to drive 150 kilometers, so around the same distance you drive. Damn, that's crazy. Don't tell the Europeans. They might get feisty about how long that drive takes. Honestly, I think they'd be more flabbergasted. Because, like, I understand that the US is... I've come to understand recently that the US is much bigger, so driving further distances is just not a thing. Dun, 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 dun. Is it over the eye? It's not over the eye. No, it... Well, kind of. So it go... Wait, does it connect to where the rings are? It goes around where the rings are. So there's, like, one here. One here. I'm gonna do like 4. I think I'm just gonna do 4 because I think I'm gonna it'll piss me off to do more than that. 3. Give 4. 1, 2. We're going down. We're yelling timber. You better move. You better dance. Yeah, people in Europe I have run across that say, damn, that is a trip to the country next. Yeah, I will say I'm jealous of the fact that that trip means a country, like, you get to go somewhere. Well, to be fair, in America, it is very also similar to going somewhere completely different because, like, Texas versus, like, California is very different. But, like, oh, they're just cooler. They're just cooler, in my opinion. Wait, how far does it go down? It goes pretty far down. Okay, let me delete this guy, and then we're just gonna solo select, and delete all the extra ones. That's really long still, though. I don't know how I feel. I think I'm just gonna remove a few more. That way, yeah, it's better. And then chain 4. Chain 4 can be a shorter chain, I think. Nope. Nope. World. There we go. Now we have a shorter one. Do I need to rotate it though? I keep also on my TikTok, because I was watching TikTok this morning, I keep getting Hunter x Hunter clips, and it makes me want to watch it because I never finished it. Okay, and then this one will be a little bit longer. Neither did the creator. Damn! Is it because they're dead? Is it because they died before they could finish it? Is that why we're saying these things? I don't actually know a lot about the creation or the creator of it. I just know that they, I think, redid the anime. I don't want to listen to this. I don't want to listen to this right now. No, sure. Maybe a little bit longer. That long, yeah. And then I think this one will be the shortest one. So I can already, like, remove the pieces. I'm a star, I'm a star, I'm a star. I'll be shining wherever you are. He's alive, he just didn't finish. The manga dropped a couple new chapters not too long ago, and that's about it. Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy, because there's quite a few people that I know that like the anime, so it's very interesting that he's not. He's married to the creator of Sailor Moon! I'd have some, what do you call it? I'd have some, my brain is dying. I'd have some complex things about that. I'd be like, damn, my wife made Sailor Moon, you know, maybe I'll just support her in her endeavors. I'd be a house husband if I was him. But I mean, like, kudos to him for trying to also be a manga creator, you know? But also, I guess there's, like, less sweat because your wife is, like, mega successful. These are all red. I can walk. She's precious. I'm strange. The editor. Unfold, optimize, orange shell layout, straighten movies. Let me take a wash at dawn. Say YOLO. Bonk. Cause I wanna say that I settled down. I don't wanna. Oops. We no longer give a fuck. She's like peak girl boss, and he's that type that's messy and suffers from his success. It's valid. I mean, on God, I would just bathe in the success. I'd be like, you know what? I'll be your housewife. Whatever you need, Pookie. I live the Italian dreams and it's but it's celebrate to know. Bobble one. Actually, Bobble V. One. So now we have one Bobble. Bobble. I don't really want to listen to this. I'll change it in 10 seconds. Okay, these ones are fine. Okay. Duplicate. I'm not holding me lately. I don't know myself anymore. Alright. Yeah. Okay. It takes your toll on me. Do all the end pieces have a piece? It does. It's like every other piece that has. Wait, I fucked up. Well, that'll wake you up. What's happening? What's happening? Did I wake you up? I'm sorry if I did. I did not mean to. The fire alarm? Oh shit, are they doing the test? My college once a month would do a fire alarm test in the dorms. And that shit was annoying as fuck, and they wouldn't tell anyone. Funny enough, Yu Yu Hakusho and Hunter x Hunter were inspiration for a lot of classes manga, like the big three. Interesting, I didn't know that. I'm kind of more straight down now. Don't you see? At 8, probably not. Some idiot was probably smoking. Damn! Shit, Rip. I'm sorry, Vex. Dabbing emote is funny. Do all of them have one? They all do have one. How many? 1, 2. It's like every other, so it's like if I did. I was fully asleep. No, I'm so sorry. The world's really just trying to rage bait you today, you know? It's okay, we're here for you. Seen before, I'll tell you why. I'm just gonna mimic this on the rest of them. Just place these all up in here. Nothing I just realized something, but it'll be fine, I think. Turns out all my highs are making love to my lows. Taking all of my boundaries, dancing slow. Even to the bone. Sweet, I could be a little bit happy. Oh. A little bit happy. Boop, 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 boop. You got this. All my highs are making love to my lows. My boundaries dancing slow. I can see. Hog. I did it. Now, before this becomes a hassle, let me do this now. UV editor. Face. 2 faces. Rendering this one. Crystal lamps, headwear, diamond. And then if I bring these back, they should all have like similar UV situations. Yes, they do. The computer. I should have done this the opposite way, but that's okay. Fuck me, this fit is awful. What happened? What? Okay, ground rat with 0 drip. Hey, don't diss rats like that. Rats can be cool. Rats can be cool. Okay, so just got caught up on Ruby Rocks. You like it? Do you like it? I haven't watched it yet. I'm like a one anime at a time person kind of now. So I'm still catching up on Apothecary Diaries first. Did Joe like it? I believe Kiwi likes it. One around. This one? Oh. Make sure, yep. It's very cute. Pog, awesome. I'm glad you like it. Alright. Similar genre. I binge, but my watch list is out of control, so I have no choice. That's valid. That's valid. I have a very big list, so I'm doing like one by one for a lot of it. The only one. My shit seems to be lagging. Why is my stuff lagging? Edit, delete all type history. Alright. Computer, are you okay? Yeah, it's okay. Autistic lesbians. Woo! He's separated. Nothing to do with you. They didn't have to make the adults so thick, but I'm not complaining. Hey, they had to show separation somehow. My Maya is dying. No. Fine. I'm rather grateful. That's valid. Dude, this is gonna take forever. At least this one's not so bad. It's like... It's just... Shell, ring, bead, ring, bead, ring, bead, ring, stone, shell. Might be more standardized with it. Excuse me. Fine. Your animes that have the characters really into something, such as solo camping for 2 is really good. Yeah, you mentioned that one. That's that. When you told me about that one, I was like, it's time. Okay, my Maya's like lagging like crazy. I don't know why. I understand that we're working with a lot of topology here, but is that what? Did that help? I hope that helped. I think that helped. Okay. My Maya's freaking out just a little bit, but it'll be okay. Two, 3, 4. Okay. People. Let's see. Any other problematic? I call the genre passion porn. I have a list that's only sports or something creative. That's a good way of putting it. It is a good way of putting it. Can't deny that. Okay, I am going to edit, delete, always type history, increment, and save. So I'm kind of starting to not trust Maya, so I need to reopen it. No. The rest of them are... Yeah, okay. I have to go to the bathroom. I want to go to the bathroom. God, my eye itches. Alright, while that loads, I'll be right back. I'm going to that real quick. I'm back. Fucking Christ, I still haven't... Like, how much Mau loves poison? This is true. Fucking Christ, I still haven't gotten on the elevator to my room. What's up with the elevator? Have you watched those Snow White... No, I have not. I think Dress Up My Darling. My dress up darling fits that genre too. I feel like it does, yeah. Adjust my seat again. Oh yeah. Alright. Start off with these. Next. Duplicate. One. I think I sent you a clip of the. Alright, Snow White notes. Alright, let me look it up. There are like 3 people going up. Oh, yeah, that would happen when I would be going to class. There would just be like fucking 500 kids just trying to go to different classes, and they'd have 2 elevators because 2 of them were broken, and I'd be like, bleh. I don't think I've seen this one. I don't know if I've seen this one. Alright, I don't know if I've heard of that one. When I was saving my ice cream for a rainy day, but yeah, go do it. Do it. And like ice cream, you can always get more ice cream, so you know. You don't have to save it too much. Reset. This to be here. Ooh, what is that one about? Are these like more close together? They are. So let's half them. Kid accidentally learns about ballroom dancing and gets into competition. I do like the sound of that one. I think the problem with me watching new anime is I have so many on my list. Like, I want to finish Apothecary Diaries, and then I want to watch, there's some reincarnation animes that I want to watch. One of them is about this, or I don't think it's a reincarnation one, but it's like, about like a mage and then like this really lowly slime. What else is there? Oh, I want to watch. Oh, what was that one called? I have 100 anime currently. I see a clip that looks cool. If I don't like it when it comes out, just move on. That's valid. Mushishi. I really want to finish Mushishi. I started it, but I never finished it. Also, Vex, I'm sorry you're having a bad day. I bet you're signing a couple different, weakest slime anime. The weakest tamer became a journey. I think this one? The weakest tamer became a journey to pick up trash, I think? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this one. And then another one I want to watch is the anime about the guy who's like the best healer in his like RPG party, and then they kick him. And then he like proves his worth by making his own guild. I was wrong, but I watched that one. It's cute and a little sad. Yeah, I know. I think I like know about like her backstory because I started reading it, but I think I should just watch it. My stream cut out. It was the weakest tamer. The weakest tamer began a journey to pick up trash. Have you seen Ascendance of a Bookworm? I have not. Hold on, I have to watch this. Magician. Oh, Mushishi's on here. Mushishi. Did I spell it wrong? I thought it was on Crunchyroll. Oh, it's because I spelled it wrong. I saw the weakest tamer one. Did you like it? It's kind of like someone like Milkclubmedia got isekai'd, and she does everything she can to make books. Oh! Bookworm. Ascendance of a Bookworm. Oh! I've seen clips of this one. Seen clips of that one. There's games. There's games in Crunchyroll. You guys know there are games in here? I didn't know there were games in here. I want to watch Overlord. One of the more mainstream ones I want to watch is Overlord. Is that on here? It is. Anime about a healer. Out of his party. What's the one? Literally, the healer who has been banished from his party is in fact the strongest. Literally that. Watch Overlord. I'm not sure if I saw all of it or just the majority of it. Do you like it? I'll probably watch a lot of isekai ones. As long as they're not terribly, like, fucking... I know a lot of them will be harem-y, but I hope they're not, like, overly harem-y, because I don't really like harem animes. I did like it. I'm glad. That's good. I've seen a lot of isekai ones, so that's valid. What is this one? I don't know what this one is. The strongest magician in the Demon Lord's army was a human. That sounds cool. Oh, what's the other one I want to watch? Anime about Overlord is a bit weird because they kind of stopped adapting the light novel to focus on spin-offs. Interesting. Ranking of Kings is another one I want to watch. Is that one on here? Ranking of Kings, it is on here. I want to watch that one too. By the grace of gods. Grace of the... Oh, it's this one. This guy, and he like has the slime business. He's a slime business. Maybe. That one's a maybe. I like mature looking characters. They're popular. It's popular these days. Tokopi's Original Sin, I read the whole manga for that one. I liked it. You'd like it? It's one of those animes that heal you. Okay. should rewatch Black Butler. I really liked Black Butler when I was younger. I'll add solo leveling because it does look interesting. Solo camping for 2. I do want to watch Apocalypse Hotel. That one seemed cool. What more action animes? Action and romance, like Dawn to Dawn. It's my favorite. Surrounding is surrounding sound. Oh, I've also seen clips of this one, Campfire Cooking in Another World with My Absurd Skill. I've seen clips of that one. That one looks interesting. God, I've got so many games, but no games. Oh, you have a lot of games, but no games to play? Well, you could play Minecraft. You want to play Fallout? Do you want to play, Halo? Does Halo interest you? Some people were sensitive about Ranking of Kings because they were saying some parts were in the algorithm for have Japanese-treated Koreans. No comment, but I will probably watch it anyway because I like the main character. Smiles. Oh, Saga of Tanya the Evil. I want to watch that one. Okay. You guys want to watch anime on the weekend sometimes instead of movie? You could watch like some anime. I can see it if you know the history, but it's not in your face. Okay. Yeah, because I grew up a lot with that like understanding of that history because of my family. So like I would kind of be iffy about it, but I do at least want to try it because I liked a lot of the stuff I've seen about it. Down for it. My unique skill makes me op is a good one. Overpowered. Hold on, let me look at that one. Oh, I just scrolled past this one. Is there action? I need action. I can't just have harem baby girls needing help all the time. I need like action and character development. Like I need like I think the best 3 anime to like compare what I like is Dawn to Dawn, Apothecary Diaries, and Delicious in Dungeon. That is... There's an action, there is action, he's in a dungeon diving, but it's not super heavy action. What I don't understand is modern Japanese glaze because, like, they did so many fucked up crimes and didn't... That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I saw another streamer that was streaming wrestling in their Discord while live on Twitch. That's crazy. That sounds fun, though. But yeah, no, it's, the thing is, it's kind of like America where younger generations do not understand a lot of war crimes and bad things that their countries have done because history classes don't teach that anymore. So they don't understand that it's wrong. But many, in my opinion, younger generation will understand that, oh shit, we did something fucked up. Oh, let me say sorry. Most of the times. And so, you know, there's that, but it is what it is. 3. Since I'm getting lucky. What? I enjoy this ride. I'm good, feel so free, feel so out of body. I'll say that I got it. Leaving that. Actually, I think I should do that for both sides. I feel like it looks really rigid. Yeah. Rebranding? Any usually I've learned other than Germany was from my own. Yeah, it's a lot of the times, a lot of like that is just kind of buried up because it's so fucking bad. And to be fair, it's unfair to see a lot of like modern day culture that did the wrong as the same, obviously, but there is, I feel, a need of acknowledgement towards at least the events. And if someone's sensitive about it, respect that. It's because of Japan that we know why the human body is made of so much water, thanks to Unit 731. Interesting. Lookism is on Netflix. It's it's only the first season, but it's pretty good. I read the manga. Wait, Lookism, wait, hold on. Is Lookism the other one? If it's the one I think it is... no. This one got weird. I was reading the manhwa for this, and I liked it, and then I feel like it did a weird arc, and I stopped reading it. Wow, when you put children in a vacuum chamber, they die. What a thunk. I think it needs the acknowledgement since people from that time are still alive and influencing people. Exactly. Like, I just feel like it should be acknowledged more than it is because, like, you know, it was a thing that my grandmother was, like, still affected by, and then my mother still, like, highly does not, like, ever when I grew up. While I was growing up, my mother did not allow me to have... when we went to the Asian store, I was not allowed to have any Asian treats. None. None. And that is because of things like that. And she was like, nope. It did get weird, but that's partially because the creator was like 8 stories in the same world. Valid. I think I got lost at that, like, to be honest. My mind was lagging. Every employee of Unit 731 should have been thrown into the ocean with some nice new concrete shoes. Yeah, I can't deny this. Oh, bro, Maya's lagging. Okay, well, I'll wait for it. Do you think that will appeal my TikTok? Oh, they appealed it! Kiwi! Kiwi, they appealed it! They let us have it! They let us have it, Kiwi! They probably saw a silly anime girl and was like, the fuck is this? It's probably fine. That's a win for me. I'm happy. That was fast. Maybe it's because, like, I have a kind of okay standing on TikTok. Like, I'm not nobody, but, you know, I haven't done it bad. I haven't done anything bad to it. Pretty good about staying within its guidelines. Normally against capital punishment, but bro, holy fuck. Saying Vex, we need to make a new justice system. I was telling Pixels that I was, like, half awake last night, and I'm like, you know what? I think part of our justice system should include a little bit, like, a certain level of murder or crime should have an eye for an eye as punishment. So if you do booty wiggling against a consent, you get booty wiggled against consent. But the part that I got confused of, which Pixel found my plot hole, was what if so it's murder, right? I was like saying 1st degree murder, you will randomly get murdered in prison. You will get murdered. But if you do big murder, you get murdered right away. But then he's like, well, people would just do the big murder so they could just get killed right away. And I was like, oh. So I need help with that new injustice system. About to continue my anime binge and moving on to The Devil is a Part-Timer. Ooh, I heard that one's really good. I've heard a lot of people like that one. Okay, now Maya's gonna freeze, and I'm just gonna dick around for a little bit. Look at all my stuff. I gotta work on this today. I think I'm gonna do some art for a little bit once I'm done with work, and then do it. I need a little bit of a break because I feel like my brain's kind of already fried. Save. Oh, there's been examples of what you're talking about. Is there? Like, yeah, and I don't mean like, you know, every crime. Like, if you steal something, you take their hand. I just kind of mean like, maybe that you get up to a certain crime and then it's eye for an eye. It's part of where an eye for an eye comes from. Most murders are one single person, usually friends or family. That's valid, but I think, you know, if you steal a car, that same amount will be stolen from you, and if you cannot pay back that amount, you will do a poo-poo job. I don't know, I like eye for an eye a lot, but I understand that it's not a perfect thing. It's like, I don't know. There's a random thought that I had last night while I was trying to avoid eep. We're trying to avoid eep. You do your thing, yeah. I feel like it's not gonna do it. It's gonna kind of be mad at me. I don't even know what you say or what you do. I won't ever be with you. That wouldn't really work. Most crimes are done out of desperation. Yeah, but then they get psychological torture. What I think is better. If you do crime, you get psychologically tortured. We need to do more of that. There you go. Except like mass shootings. Yeah. Yeah. So my response is we just gotta psychologically torment them. I think those work. My god, bro. Is my Maya like broken, or is it trying to work? I feel like it's not responding. No, it's responding. It's just taking a while. Okay, well, I'll leave it. I'll leave it and I'll do a little art while I wait for it then. My big thing is I think we should shoot every returner out of a cannon into a big wall. I think we should feed them to pigs. Live feed them to pigs. And we will give their children enough money to survive, but that is it. So, like, $1 million isn't a lot. So, okay, if they're, like, a gazillionaire or whatever, their kids get $2 billion. Because, like, maybe they're good kids. Maybe they're good kids and that they don't deserve it. Because it's enough that they're still pretty rich, but it's up to them to then take that money and apply it in places that can make them more money. But if they're caught with $1 gazillion due to unethical things, guess what? They get fed to the pigs. They get fed to the pigs. Well, you can live feed them to me. I mean, if you want. I just didn't know if you know. Sometimes they can have diseases. Sometimes they have diseases. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. They'd be pulled apart. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's kind of like, I mean, you could. I think I just want, like, I just want this. Am I done yet? No. Just do what Mao did and make them the street cleaner, and if they surrender or otherwise handle them. Who's Mao? And I just feel like street cleaner just isn't enough. It's valid. I just feel like they need a greater punishment. You know, something that they can't weasel their way out of. Yeah. The first chairman of the Communist China, the last emperor of China, became a... Oh! Yeah, that's valid. Okay. Edit, clean all my type history, increment and save. I can't believe it did it. I'm very proud of my program now. Granted, he wasn't great, but, like, at least he owned up to his mistakes. Gotta give him kudos for that. We shall... I continue to make this emote. I have an idea. I would like this idea to come over. I'm making a hand holding emote with this dinosaur hand. Thank you for the head pat. How's it going, Airdom? Hope you're having a good day. Okay, we got a few of the fingers. Okay, now I'm inspired to play Rising Star Vietnam and smoke some Americans. I believe in you. Do it. Okay. I'll lay out those UVs in a second. I am not be mathing for me. I am so sorry. Just go have to spit on the math. Make it learn its place. I don't think I did that right. I think just go in maybe. That oddly made me sneeze. You're welcome. Maybe make the fingers bigger. Delete node. Yeah, make the fingers chunkier. Delete node. I feel like I could have used the Pim hand for this actually, now I'm thinking about it. Stream, nope. 2D, this one, the emo, base. I like this one more. You go for down. That's better. Nope. I'll have to... I think I'll have to remove a few emotes in lieu of this one. I think it'll be okay. That, or I could just make it a 7TV emote, which I might do that instead. And then layer effects. Very strong blush. I was supposed, I was alone. How don't you? How? It's okay. Cool. Export. GCH. Texture. Oops, that wasn't an American. Oopsie. So let's make this first time. For the past, we'll see. I'm born to be. You know, together we're glowing. Gotta be golden. Oh, up with our voices. Against woman. Gotta be golden. I'm done hiding now. I don't know if I want this. I was thinking of making like a little hand holding emote, but I don't know if I like it. You guys like it? You guys want it? I was thinking of making them two separate emotes, but I don't know if that would look good either. I don't like their arm, hand. It would be like this, and then hand. I'd be like this. Yeah, it looks dumb. I don't know. I realize that you guys can't really see it, so maybe never mind. Fuck, my PC crashed. I had a nasty. Oh, you're too powerful. You're too powerful today, Bex. The world is just nerfing you, it seems. Is there any advice? All advices are addicted, it's a crisis. Their judgment's getting kinda hazy. Dude, if I keep it up like a lovesick crackhead. Not 90. I'm kind of upset if they're like, please add more geometry. I'll be like, I don't think my computer can handle it. So I pay, I can't sell. Just let me place my shit-covered bamboo spikes on a commonly patrolled path! I mean, that does sound pretty reasonable in my opinion. Let's do this one, let's do this one, let's do this one. Add opacity. Diamond. This goes to color, this goes to here. And then what color is the middle? The voice chats were so good making that makes sense to me. Just do aluminum. Oh, my neck, okay. Don't want to listen to the song. Oh! That makes more sense. Thank you for clarifying. But I'm sorry that your PC crashed. Crystal headwear. GCH render. I don't know. I think I want to make a new emo, but I don't know. I might take a break and make an emo at some point, but maybe I should look at the emo bases I have. It's not this emo's by Lumon. Ah. Okay, it's loading. Save. Plan headwear. File. And save. At least all the new ones. Love it. The two main communist factions in the Vietnam War were the Viet Cong, which was born out of resistance against the Japanese, and later the French, and the NVA, North Vietnamese Army, which was a full army, not a guerrilla force. Interesting. Interesting. You guys know so much about history. I don't know a lot about history. But I like learning from you guys. I just don't know if I could learn it in a typical classroom, because I think I'd start crying. I think I'd feel bad. We'll make a new emo, but I don't know which one to make. I kind of like the Minecraft one. I like the Minecraft one. I do the Minecraft one. The Viet Cong usually used M1 carbines extorted from the South Vietnamese army, while the North mainly used Chinese and Russian. How do you know all this stuff, X? Oh, is it autism? Is it the tism? Is it the tism? Did it make sense? But if not, how do you know all this stuff? Yeah, it's autism. Well, I like hearing about it regardless. Maybe someday it'll absorb into my little noggin. And then I too will be able to talk about cool stuff like you do. What was SC? SC was what? Oh, Star Chain. Star Chain. Star Chain Diamonds. Chain drop. That's the latest ones. These color, richer diamond, metallic, roughness, transparency, dither, metal, color, metallic, roughness. Model cameras. Also, the North Vietnam Army was crazy good. Like, they drove out the French South Vietnamese government. I mean, sound kind of spooky, so I will hope so. I think I put this a little bit too far to the right. The Chinese and the American? Damn. They knew how to fuck shit up. That's rendering. Should I remake my emotes? Should I remake my emotes for my new debut? Because all my emotes are like, I have, other than the animated ones, they're from different artists. Not that I mind, really. Personally, I like having someone else do my emotes. Viewer rewards emote. But if I redid them, I think the only one I like wouldn't redo is maincoow. Maincoow is too perfect. They also liberated Cambodia from the Khmer. I'm so sorry if I say that wrong. Rouge, which were cartoonishly evil. You know, it is in my mind insane how easy it is to be cartoonishly evil in my mind. All this was 1941 to 1981. It was different back then, you know? Oh, do I have Affinity open? I don't. Oh, forgive me, I'm sorry for my sins. We will begin. Oh, wait, maybe I want to work on the other thing now. I don't know. Like, the rouge would execute people for needing glasses? What? For needing glasses? Thank God I don't live in that era. Restore. And now Vietnam is the richest country in South. Really? I didn't know that. Thanks, thanks, Kiwi. Kiwi doing the real hard work out here. Oh, this one. Apparel renders. I didn't do the thing. God damn it. Where are you? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It's a pretty exhaustive list so far, but I've made it so anyone can add their own recommendations. Ooh. That's nice of you. Thank you, Kiwi. You could make it the Elaine recommendation document, and it could be for games, too. If you want. You don't have to, though. Yeah, I want to change the tail on the booty wiggle one. I want to change the tail because I feel like it could be more dynamic. I can add tabs, pog. Few countries fought as much as Vietnam and came out on the other side of functional. That's fair. War fucks you up, brother. War fucks you up, brother. Okay, hold on. I kind of want to do a list of emotes I kind of want to redo. And I'm also going to... I'm just going to do that there so I don't have to keep this one. Emotes to redo. I just want to put this here because I already have it open. Let's do hi maybe. I like the vibe of it, but I might change it. Huh? Maybe. Sit. Hands maybe. Dead. Sweat. Purple hearts. Stare. I might keep re as it is. Sip. Heart. Hog. Noted. Sag. Save. Love maybe. Pew. Dory May is fine as it is. Bonk maybe. And cheer. Also, I love when people talk about Saigon. Because then I get to say, huh? You mean Ho Chi Minh City? Oh, I need to save that image. I don't think I made a thing for this. This one is hanging seashell. That's my mind. I got the gem cut top. A B C D E F G. Did I not finish? I didn't finish adding all the things for this week to my folders. But this world keeps on turning. If you do, would you even want me? Looking like a zombie. Would you even want me? Want me? Want me? Hello, Spoopy Silgy. Silgy? I hope I'm saying it wrong. I'm sorry if I'm not. But welcome on in. I'm happy to welcome you on in. Hope you're having a good day. My seashell. I want to visit a bunch of communist countries, but it's illegal. But it's illegal to visit Cuba. That's fine. There's other communistic places you can go, you know. I can go to Vietnam and China. Yeah, just go there. And they're close. They're close to each other. So the fee for like going over there wouldn't be as bad, you know. But it's running. I'm gonna take from, I guess, here. But this world keeps on turning. If you do, would you even want me? Maybe editor. Darkest tourist documentaries? What? You know, on God, what I really want to do is I just want to watch Junku TV show with chat. Like, we did that once. What did we watch? I think was it Extreme Cheapskates that we watched? I think we watched that while I was eating dinner one time. That was fun. Today was my last day at that restaurant job. Was it okay though? Are you okay? Are you happy or are you sad? Are you happy or are you sad about it? A what West want job? Wish you well. I wish that you have an even better job next. And I'm sorry that you can't go to the last one you were at, but I'm sure the next one will be better. This makes sense. I don't know if this makes. Wait, I have a recommendation. I was working as a dishwasher there. Aww. Well, on to bigger and better things, in my opinion. Not that there's anything wrong with being a dishwasher. Let me just be frank. River runs dry, or if you like dishwashing, honestly, I'm sure there are plenty of other dishwashing jobs. If you want to be a dishwasher again. To be fair. Oops. Management there treated people really badly and the pay was so low, so I figured, oh, way better. No, way better. Oh, I'm so proud. No, like, if you have, like, if you can, celebrate. Don't be sad about it, you know? Like, I understand it might be a loss of income, but, like, fuck them. Fuck them. There's too many jobs out there to... Or I guess there's too many chances out there for you to put yourself through that, in my opinion. I have a recommendation. What's the recommendation for? Is it for anime? If it is, I just want you guys to know I'm kind of picky about my anime. I'll have to check it out. The host goes to check out something. Oh. Yeah. Oh. I just wanted one. So I wanted to alternate this into this. You help me. It's like hell. Everyone's trying to the bottom. Oh, look at that in 2 seconds. I've been thinking, why not make money from my talent instead of... Ooh, what's your talent? What talent you got? Do you mind sharing? I'd love to hear about it, if you're willing to share. If not, it's totally understandable, but I believe in you. What is this one? Oops. How is this still bad? Okay, let me look at the thing you sent me. What is this? African street food and that'd be outrageous. Oh! 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 Worms! No! Oh! Vexed. Nope. Nope. Also, Lane, you open the floodgates, it's have some commie edits if that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, maybe you can do history edits, but try not to do any, like, super political ones if that's okay. No, it's peak. No! No! No worms. I refuse. Nope. I don't want horns, Vex. I don't want to. You can't make me. Some of my friends have motivated me saying, Spoopy, you could like make a good incoming. Yes, yes. Oh my god. So many people do I know have like really amazing art skills that they're just not capitalizing on. And it pisses me off. Because as someone who is sitting here every single day trying to be a better artist and not having like as much experience as I would say the next guy, do it. Do it. But yeah, no, I'm not watching the video with Vex. I love you, Vex. I love you, Twin, but no. You got me fucked up, buddy. I just heard Pixel's whistle and I got confused. I'd kill to have a like that guy or Anthony Bourdain. That's valid. That's like Bean Rocky. I think that's good enough. Doesn't have to be perfect. Oh, you see that? It's so wrong. Someone else. Okay, now I gotta make a shell. And I think I would do that by doing this. Taking these guys, doing this. Oh, I need to upload. I'm also looking for some better audience. I believe in you. Oh, have you played Video Guys? It's just refreshed. It just refreshed. Oh shit, did it? I'll play it right now. Hold on, let me go to the hub. Because I haven't been playing it recently, so I'll play it right now before I forget again. Played off? What's played off? What's this? pork, garlic, shallots, lemongrass, ginger, turmeric, dried chilies paste. This makes me think of India. Feels like an Indian cuisine. Borders India? What the fuck, Border India? Your channel is looking really neat, especially your VTuber. Thank you! I made BLT, the little guy in the corner, but my model credits go to the amazing. And I'm sorry, my arm is up. I'm too lazy to fix it. The Jersey and Ozu. What the fuck, Borders India? What? I'm looking it up, Borders India. Nepal. I'm going for Nepal. Oh, Hang Lee. Is it Afghanistan? Ah, I'm getting further away. Where's India? Baby mode. Okie dokie. Myanmar? Is it Myanmar? Myanmar? It was! Is Myanmar or Thailand? Actually, I kind of want to be small. I want to be small. Oh, there's a trigger warning for unconventional meats on the last one. Unconventional, interesting. Okay. What is this one? Pasta dough, flour, egg, ground pork, beef, breadcrumbs, parmesan, garlic, parsley, nutmeg, pancetta. I'm gonna say Italy. Do you writing fanfics? No, but Kiwi's a good writer. If you like writing, you should talk to Kiwi. What is this? It's oh! Wait, what? Hold on, wait, I want to see. That's so fucked up! Dude, this is crazy. I don't even know. I'm flabbergasted by hold on. Because there may be some people who don't want to do food guesser or like not into food guesser. I can't copy the images. Hold on. I'm gonna put this in the deep freezer in case anybody wants to see. I sometimes make Elaine read them too. They're amazing. I love Kiwi's right. This last one, on God, that one is fucking crimes from food guesser today. Trigger warning, guinea pig meat. That's crazy, bro. That's this last one, the last one that they had, heinous. Actually heinous. I don't know, Russia? Russia feels like a place that would eat guinea pigs. I'm gonna go for Russia. Ice cold shit. Bulgaria. Ice cold. Kui? I don't know. Doing a comic art? Ooh, that's so cool. You've had it as a kid? That's crazy. What's it taste like? Oh my God, this is crazy. Yummers, no! And you even put him? No. I don't know, dude. I'm like... No, I had... Papua New Guinea. I like that one. Papua New Guinea. Nope, that's ice cold. We got one more guess. They only sell it in New York City. No way. Okay, so it's Peru, Colombia, Bolivia, and Ecuador. That's crazy! I like that the Wikipedia goes to a page about guinea pigs. That's insane. I don't know, dude. This is criminal. This is criminal. I have my score. I don't care that my score was bad, dude. That's crazy, bro. They are really good. I believe it. I believe that they are good livestock, but that is crazy. Okay, so this is Played Off. I want to try Played Off. You can keep them in your house. That's true. That's awesome. I want to make some of the stories into comics in the future, but I want to wait until I have a good amount. Which one was the most like? Kartokowski or Frankburger? I feel like it's gonna be this one. To make the dish, boil potatoes, peel and mash them, mix flour, eggs, salt until they form nutmeg, bread, crouton. I feel like it's gonna be this one. Correcto. Okay. Salmon machu or rappy pie? I feel like it's gonna be rappy pie. To make this dish, starts by simmering pork. I feel like it's gonna be this one. I'm just gonna go off into. Oh shit! I didn't. Oh. Okay. Well, yeah. One was lobster. Ooh, this one's a toss-up. These are very different. This dish is made by thinly frying pork belly until crispy. Meanwhile, apples, peeled cork. So this one is made of... I feel like it's gonna be this one. I'm not gonna spoil spelling. It's bad. No, that's valid. Sukiyaki. Taku taku or ildi. Taku taku look good though. It looks like plantains with something. Rice, beans, oil, garlic. Oh, it's not plantain. Oh, it is plantain optional. Rice. I feel like it's gonna be this one. I think it's because it's more recognizable. Going from the psychological standpoint. I really hope you'll consider me. I made a promise. I'll definitely help you with this. Huh? To Sampa or Raffinata. I feel like it's gonna be Raffinata. Now I'm hungry. I'm sorry. Barley flour, walt, sugar, eggs, protein, horseradish. Horseradish? Ooh, I might lie. This dish was made from roasted barley, but I feel like this won't have enough flavor. But I think it would be this one. Oh, these both look great. This dish was made by slicing a bread roll in half, then spreading refried greens over each piece, topped with shredded cheese, and broil until the cheese is melted and bubbly. Add a layer of pico de gallo. Oh, that sounds good. And smooth pasta dough, roll out into send cheese combined with seasoning. This one's more colorful and would lead me to believe people would think this is more delicious because it's more colorful. But this sounds really good, so I'm gonna go with this. Oh, fuck! Could have went with the pasta dish. Ooh, I don't like that it's a drink versus food. I'm going with the drink because I always go, damn. I'm gonna go with this one. Damn, what the fuck? Okay, now I'm like 50-50. Rabbit. This one. Yay! Average score was 7.2. Damn. Oh, good night. That's fun though. I like that one. Guinea pig fucking heinous ass shit. Fucking heinous ass fucking shit, guys. That's fucking hate. Almost I stole chicken from the dining hall. Yum. Crashing my little soda pop. All I can think of every time I drink of my little soda pop, my little soda pop. And my soda pop, my little soda pop. Like the pop. Make this map. The Andes area. It makes sense. I just so heinous in my mind. Like, how could you eat that little guy? In my opinion, he's just a little guy. Maybe I should have had the whole thing go in. Yeah, but now this just needs to come in more. I would just say this part. Yeah, like that. They're so dumb. They're dumb, but they're cute. They're just little guys, dude. You cannot allow this. Deplorable behavior. Thank you. And then eventually I'll just make like a randomized wheel system. And then we can just randomly play stuff and watch stuff. I think that would be fun. Cows are cute, however, burger. That's different. That's different in my opinion. That's different to me. Cuteness doesn't trump flavor. Yep. I'm a cannibal, I would know. That's like pretty close. We eat rabbit in the US. I'm gonna be real with you, Vexed. I'm gonna be so real with you right now. I do not actively think about the process in which I obtain food. I eat food, yes. The food is killed, yes. But is it exactly the same as the cow that I saw on the farm the other day? No, not in my mind. Is it? Yeah. But will I ever acknowledge that? Probably not, kind of situation, you know? Am I a coward? Oh, yeah, most definitely. But that's besides the point. It's too big. I think it's too big. I feel like it's like too long. I'll kill your disease. Your disease. Oops. I've yet to hunt, but I do forage and fish, so I somewhat connect my food. I think, fish is different in my mind. Welcome to the Discord, my friend. That's understandable. Oh, Kiwi! On Twitter, do you know you changed into a Chinese woman? Look, you're a Chinese woman now. Oh shit, I'm on the wrong thing. Hold on. You're a Chinese woman now. I wonder what this stuff says. It's like, what? I need to see you're a Chinese woman. Here, I'll send it to you in Discord. Why? Because someone hacked Kiwi's Twitter. I want to translate to English. What does it say? I think it's a sex worker. I think it's like a sex bot. I think it's a sex bot. I sent you a friend request on this. Back to Werkies. Okay. Yeah, there you go, Kiwi. You're a cute Chinese woman now. Enjoy. No, what? No, what? I didn't even add Twitter to my card. I prefer Blue Sky anyway. That's very valid. I live in wicked dreams. Am I doing this right? I don't know. I think so. Make my mama proud. I need one more. That's this way, I think. If only I could be a red-headed Bowsette. You could be whatever you want to be, Pookie. I'm gonna be lazy automatic. I'm being lazy. I don't want to be lazy with this UV camera based. No, goodness. Oh. Okay. Let's transfer attributes. That's fine. Just turn this one. Oops. Hello, sir. How is your meeting over? Thank you, Spoopy Stills G, for the follow. Good. We had food guesser today, and you won't believe what the last one contained.
Oh
yeah. Would you like that to be the answer? Guinea pig meat.
I don't know if you said it. I don't like it.
Look at this last picture that I saw. Fucking hideous. Vex warned me, he's like, unconventional meat, by the way. And the first one, it just looked like meat. So I was like, what is this? And then I was like reading the ingredients and it says guinea pig. And I was like, no. And then I look at the left and they have 3 more images, but they have like the content warning image on them. So I was like, and so I blur my screen and I look at it and I'm like, no. And this last one, dude, it was fucking, you wanna see the other one? Telpixes said, Vex wants to eat it.
Have fun.
Because they think it's like a similar mentality to like rabbit. It's just a small animal that you can eat. So I was like, valid, but also. Oh, dude, I did the importation stuff again for my job. I got it. It was hard because all their notes are like scattered and how to do it, the naming conventions, and how to actually do it was different than how I thought to do it. And I was like, I might fight somebody. I will eat anything dumber than a pig. Don't eat me. Listen, I know I'm not very smart, but you gotta give me a chance. Thank you for that, head bats. I love you. You want mama huggies? Oh, no. Don't leave me. Don't, no. Ow. Thanks. Oh, she renamed my thing. What the fuck? How'd she do that? She renamed my thing to Lipabip. 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 Hi, Budjar. I am teeny. Wait, no, I thought dogs were smarter. Never mind, the method falls apart. Are they not smarter than pigs? No, pigs are insanely smart. Yeah, no, pigs are insanely smart now that I think about it. Welcome back. I hope you had a wonderful day. This is in my hand. Okay. To the side. How many cheat shells are there? There are 1, 2, 3. Kinda seems longer than I made it though. The only thing smarter than pigs are us. Yeah, pigs are pretty smart. Unfortunately, Vex, pigs are pretty smart. My imposter started spamming post 9 hours ago. Your account was too desirable. Sounded too lucrative, and now they've taken it. I'm dumber than pigs. That's what I said, but I don't know if Vex is gonna eat me or not. There was no bona fide yes or no, so I'm gonna hope no. reckless fever, darker like teaser. Never hear the job you've done on me, sir. Losing bodies in my mind, I want you. I bury my world. Yes, it is to be enshrined. Wait, probably not, but I still watch out. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. If it doesn't want to be eaten, then it should taste bad, like crows. What? Which word? Damn, too adorable? Shit. Fuck, god damn it. I'll have to rethink my methods. Listen to me, sway. Reckless fever, but stronger like teaser. Up my ass. It flagged up my ass. Hunting licenses are for humans. Ain't cheap, and I don't want the game warden on my ass. That's valid. That's how. Seems to be enshrined. Oh, no, I school can be. I love my gamer. Y'all, everyone. It's crazy. Oh, this is going to be posting bodies online. It is to be walking out of space, I don't know about I just came back from knit night. I got some yarn. Fuck yeah. How was knit night? Did you have a good time at knit night? Clip underscore friends. There's another timeline. This version, I'm not really here. I'm an intrusion. To say that's just for display show all. That night was great. I'm glad. Sorry, the Midwestern girl is awakening me. Prepping for tater tot hot dish and a lot of ooh. No, that's valid. I have that southern in me because of the way I grew up. Because I grew up around a lot of people like that. But I'm not the hunting type. I'm more the let's go fishing down by the lake kind of way. Oh damn, this got small. Let's do it this way. Oops. I feel like I have to make a clip, so I'll make a clip. Yarn in the fridge. Let me see. Ooh, I like the reds. I haven't gotten like the only colored yarns I have are like blue and green. So I like the red. I've killed many fish for myself. That's valid. Let's do 3. Stop it. There we go. Just gonna invert it. Excuse me. There we go. Usually with a rock because I forget my knife. That's crazy. Modify, convert, smooth. Smooth? What do you mean? Okay. Thank you for the song request. I'll go back to smoking Americans. Have fun. Have fun. Maybe this will get stumpier. UV editor. UV camera. Oops. Oops. Faces, window rendering hypershade, select objects with material, two faces, this guy, layout UVs. Select clip. Combine, edit, delete all type history, include and save. And this is going to be the T shell. Was that a star? I think there's a star in this. I didn't notice it until after, so I'm not doing it. Smile. Do they have a star? So this one. Export apparel. Oh, it's hanging. A B C D E F G. Oops. Dinner is ready, BRB, no problem. Texture. File, new, select. Apparel. Hide. Fake. Face. This one. And all of these. Get windows, rendering hypershade. Assign to gems, assign. These ones get assigned to shell assign. Assign. Yep. Edit, re-varnish. Edit. Another castle. Return. And then the metal. What color is this metal? It looks like a gold. I'm just gonna do bronze. So I'm lazy, and it looks good enough. And then we had like pearls. Let's go to 10, do pearls. Except we're going to make. Better come right, better come right. To my left. My blood. So that do, yeah, body. Cool. It's like a tan. More gradient. Roughness needs to change. Woo! I've got lasagna. Yum. Very yum. Black mask. Nails, blade, mascara. Exterminate from error. Who's the guy? It's us. Hello. In your mind. I keep clicking the video editing tab. Not yet. Very close, but not yet. My brain is forgetting what I'm doing. This one. Oh. I pressed the button too soon. Yep, okay. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Save. Well, my Wi-Fi has been borked, so goodbye, guys. Bye-bye, Star. Thank you for stopping by. I adore ya. Think about my baby. It's supposed to be two of them, technically. Even on my baby. Once more for the cherry tree. Baby, sweet as can be. Days on a broken sun. I was running up a fever. Much for knowledge. About a dream. About the wrong I did. That's fine. Gently in the cold dark. We can hold my body. When my sun comes out. Just can hold my body down. Crystal headwear. Hold my body down. Face. Normal roughness. Face. Hey with that pack. Take it. Shell, metallic, roughness. Render. Oops. Save. Renders. She shall. Arms around me. No, it's not in my life. Actually, bring that one back in.
Father, help!
Ah! I have been yeeted into the next dimension. But you know what that means? That means I come back normal. Bonk, bonk. Export. Hello. This one too. Save. Oh, nope. Oh my god, it's Miss Stinky Smelly. Hello. Hello, it is me. Oh. Renders. Thank you for the wellness check. I do need to take a quick break to go to the bathroom. I will do that once I submit this image to my worky thing. And then I will go take a quick bathroom break, a quick stretch break. And then we will, I think I'm going to do some art, and then I'm going to edit videos. Doing this right? 5, 2, 5, 3. Yep. Go, base girl. I will. Yeah. Next one I'm doing, I'm maybe just gonna do the headset tomorrow. Maybe. Alright, I'm gonna go bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back and I'm gonna pee. I couldn't do about you. Alright, we're here now, right? Yeah, we're here now. BLT scoot. Given anything. Oh, I didn't ask Pixels about something. That's okay. I do have enshrined work to do. Redo book cover. Oh, why did I check it all? Oops. Did the chin dig? Bam, bam, ba dam, ba dam, ba dam, bam. But I think I'm gonna do art real quick. Be your best friend. No, ba dam, ba dip, ba dip, be. Ba ba dum, ba dum, ba dum, dum. I don't know which one I want to do first. We'll tell you more than ordinary. I like this one a lot for a new nodding emote, to be honest. I forgot what was the other one I wanted to do. What's in my list? Is there a sweat one? What's that one? When do they have a cheer one? Let's do a cheer one. Let's see. 2D art. Wait, I have the full one. It's right here. They have the Eto Bleh one. Bleh. Hi, Mowo. Hello. How are you? Okay, wait. What's in my emote list? They have a sweat one. Hello. Hello. D1 is a good sweat one. I hope you're having a good day. I want to say my arm is feeling better. Yeah! I'm so glad it's already feeling better. I hope we're having. I hope that you can prevent it from happening in the future. Okay, so hold on. I like. I don't know which cheer one I want. Glow sticks or pom-poms? Yeah, I'm still gonna work on protective care for the future too. Good. We're working on emotes. I'm thinking of working on some new emotes. I was thinking of like kind of because like I don't often get new emotes anymore because I can't afford them. So I was gonna use the base from Lumon, or I guess now they're Aluman Takimikiku, and redo some of my old emotes, because they were made by a bunch of different people. Not that I mind, but I think it might be nice to have them all like cohesive and stuff. But I don't know which cheer emote I should do. I'm tied between like, I don't have my mouse. These four? I think I kind of want to do this one or this one. I don't really know. I'm like tied. I also do modders. Eep. Yeah. I'm not gonna redo any of my animated ones, but I kind of want to redo some of my static ones. Let's see. This one is D9. D9. Kind of like. Do we have the maincoow shock one anymore? We have the Pika shock, right? Maincoow Pika shock? Yeah, we don't. Oh no, we had the other maincoow, huh? We could do D6 for, huh? D6 for. What's the ones you're picking out of? These ones. These four. Let's see. Make it bigger. Hold on. These four. I like pom-poms a lot, but I don't really like this arm. And I guess I could change it myself. But this one's also cute. So I'm like tied between the two. I feel like this one's pretty good. A5 is not bad for huh? Everything. I stream pro, so I didn't know you came back, except for Moira's chat. Welcome back. I saw clown one. There is a clown one.
Mama crashed the forklift into a Dodge Charger.
That's understandable. Did you tell them that it was their fault? Because it probably was. For parking in a bad spot. Trying to find like a different huh. I mean, I kind of like my huh emo. Maybe I'll keep this one. And the dead one. There's a good dead one. I like the booty dead one. P2. Dead. P2. Sweat. I wonder if this one has a mouth. Is there a huff one? There is a huff one. Hold on, where is it? I saw it earlier. Where is it? This one. There's this one. Hi, what's up? You could do the clown one. I could. You do B1 and Mew to C1. That would be cute. That would be cute. Right now, I'm like doing the list of ones that I'm redoing, but ask Mew about B1, C1. Have that in my list. Let's see. The Nodders I want to redo as L10. The Bonk is going to be H10. The Pew. We already have a Pew emo, so maybe we remove that one. F1. Save. There's a one with a sign. Where is that one? C7. Which ones are you looking at redoing? We have Sweat, Triple Hearts. Stare I might not redo. Do they have a sip one? So I just keep the sip one if that's okay. They have a nomming one. They have a popcorn one. They have a few sip ones. But I think I like mine, so we're gonna take Sip off. I'm gonna keep Bree. I'm gonna keep Haw. We're gonna keep Stare. I don't think they have one that has like a triple hearts vibe. I guess A1. A1. I don't know what that means, my love. Sweat D1. Heart F1. Oh, the In Love one is different. We have the In Love one? We do have the In Love one. But I think we might change In Love to a different one, because that one's for bits. I think we'll do C6 for that one. The sad one? I had a pretty good sad one. Today's my— oh, happy birthday, Quetzal's cousin! Which sad one do I want to do? I really like D2, to be fair. So we might just do D2. And the noted is E7. They don't really have a Pog one, I feel like. And then the cheer one, I'm still conflicted on the cheer one. Guys, which cheer one do I do? Got these 4. I think I might do the glow stick one. Do I have any other ones? There's a hugging one. I might do a hug one. Maybe that one, M10. Instead of the hands, M10. And then probably might keep the cheer one. We don't know. How many are we replacing? Or I guess I could just go by if there's any other ones. Carne asada, I got that one. They have so many sleeping ones. I really like the sleeping ones. Oh, I'm hungry. I might do the business one for fun. Others K9. P1, the shy one. I kind of want to do A2 as well. I should make F5 for pixels. F5. Oh, they do have an In Love one. S1 instead of— let's do S1 instead of the other one that we had. I might mix P8 and N4. P8, N4, P8, N4. P8, N4. Are there any other ones that I want? I don't think so. Not right now, at least. There's plenty of them that I'm like, oh, these would be good. But I think for now, we have a good amount. Okay. I'm gonna draw a little bit. Gonna draw a little bit. Oops. Ew, what the fuck? Whoa! It opened Windows Bing! It still exists? What the fuck? That's crazy. I didn't know that still existed. No, 2K. I'm gonna do the cheer one first. So that was P8 LMNO P8. Bong, you've gotten binged. Oh shit, I got binged? P8 N4. Yeah, so nope. Nope. So cannot be. Essentially, how bad can I be? Huh, I didn't think walking around town twice the stairs would fuck my legs up this much. It gets to you. Can I be? Baby. You said a reminder to call my doctor since my pharmacy hasn't got my prescription yet? Yeah, you should. It's good to get your meds. Lunch. Lunch, 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 lunch. Cannot be. Actually, is there any other cheer one? Curious. I just kind of like this one a lot. I think I'll do that one instead. M4. LMM4. I'm physically so much better. Physically walking 3+ miles a day. That's valid. No, no. Be slap. Let's do this at 0. 50. I'm bad can I be? Copy. Can I be? Most of us sit 90% of the time, please. People don't think how little physical activity helps yet. That's why I try to like clean every day. Cause I feel like it helps skin. I'm probably just gonna color this all by hand because I want to. Cause it would be nice. I'm flying. Hello. Let's just take these off for now. I should just use a round brush. Bigger round brush, please. Turn out the lights and it's away. I almost duped myself. I don't have ears, human ears. Walkable. Valid. Cough, cough, organ. Cough, cough. Pretty walkable here. Chat, do you think I should redo the lines? I think I should redo the line art. Let's see the solution. Baby, you're the one. How walkable is Portland? Pretty walkable. It's just expensive. To be fair, I live like 30 minutes away from Portland, but Oregon's pretty walkable. Especially if you live near the city. We'll never let him go. Go home. I wanna go home. Just like that, I barely sat down for 30 minutes and was sent to the liquor for a liquor run. Damn, you got this, Quetzal. I will go with you. I took one step, I took another step, and then I ended up at the liquor store. Ooh. Well, give me some. Well, you gotta go with, then. Are you at least paying for your portion? Days away. Days away. I legally cannot go with. You could. I've gone into liquor stores plenty of times when I was not of age. I just didn't. You just can't buy anything. The scan wand and the build wand. Craft mod. Let's transfer this one. I think I kind of want to redo the line art. I don't need one still with the advancement. I don't know what that word means. Oh, stop it. There you go. And then I want to draw my ears. Ooh. Oh, my neck. Oh, my God. There we go. I actually kind of want to split this curve. So this one, split curve, join curve. Yeah, that works. And then close the curve. And go here. There you go. I should add the tufts of hair. Huh? And then I gotta get used to drawing my hair. And more stabilization. Let me scoot this over a bit. I think I like that. This could go in a little bit more. This could go here. How did WAF draw me? And then boop. Reverse. Do it like this. Watch out! Fire, fire. Beep. And this one will go out and over. My hand is twitching. Does this one go like this? I think so. And this. No. I think this goes here. Yeah, that makes sense. This one, this one. This one is my ear. This has got to go underneath. Wait, on top of? On top of. This is rear hair. This Except for this guy, which this would go into. This will go into things. Hostile government, eh? This is the color. Hey, wait a minute, do we have to stop this? God dang it. Take over. You're part of a Nigerian print scam. Surprise, surprise, it ended up being. And oh, I just wanna know what the hell do I do? Hey, wait a minute, do we have to stop this? Once you didn't want the lady. Oops. Maybe that pack's kiwi. Oh, I shouldn't have. Oops. Close that. And then if I break the curve, this one can get removed. Oops. And this one can get back added up here. Stop government. Take over. What about messing around? Is that how mute me? Yeah, anyway. Started. Oh. I mean, oopsie. There you go. Oh, government. Oh, government. Oh. Wait. I'm a bitch. Already rich. I don't like to be like this. Say you love me. Okay. I just gotta clean up all the line art. Let's just turn these off for now. Eyes on the road. But I'm still wearing clothes. My kids, well, I am mother. What time tonight? To make it better. That's good. I duplicate my ear. There we go. that all looks good. And this will get erased. Well, maybe let's not work on that right now. Go back. This one. Yeah. Big dirty stinking face. Dirty stinking face. Big dirty stinking face. Big dirty stinking face. I don't need no feed. I don't need no heroin. I don't need no heroin. Baseline junkie. I like it funky. Baseline. Need no feed. I don't need no heroin. I don't know no dope. I don't even give you a ketamine. This goes underneath. Oh, this can get erased. Cool. I don't need no cotton. I don't know no coke. Big dirty stinking face. Are we above my head? I think so. How should I do the white streaks? I might do it like this. Let's color everything else in first. This is my hair. Oh, wrong button. There we go. I'm gonna do one thing, this. Thank you for the wellness check next. Let me drink some water. Let me drink some water. Drink water in 10 seconds. I just want to color this part in. Okay, cool. Oh, that's out. Okay, drink some more water. Beep. Oops. Oh, nice. Which one now? Don't know if I'm gonna add my little hoagie, but I might. I think I should. Okay, I've got a long day tomorrow, so it's time to go eat. Good night, Vex. Thank you for hanging out today, and I hope you have a wonderful day tomorrow. And I'm sorry that today was kind of poop, but I hope tomorrow goes a lot better. And I hope you sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. See you tomorrow. Night night. There we go. Thank you for the lark. Oops, that's the wrong thing. I was wondering why the brush was so small. It's because I was in the wrong mode. Oop. I would be terrified. Thank you, DJ. No. Okay. Oh. Hello, Andrea. How are you doing today? Hello, hello. I'm making an emote for myself. I'm good, just EP, understandable. Thank you for sending those resources, by the way. I'm pretty good. Taking a little break from doing work to just do a little bit of art. Gotta get started on video editing for today here in a second, but I just kind of wanted to do a little bit of art first. I'm trying to make notes. How does Miu do them? She does the two. Okay. No. So it's a little weird. Let me turn this off. Yeah, I like that. So we just combine them together. I got bit by the creative bug, I did. I did indeed. There's a style that I like for emotes in terms of the eyelashes, and I forget what they are. How does Yobi do them? Yobi sketches them, right? Yobi sketches them. They're just black. What time am I thinking? It's like a chibi style, I think. Let's look at my chibis. Does Mogu do anything with them? She does. She does the thing that I like, okay. Wait, what if I did this? And realized that I should have kept the pieces I had before, so let me go back. Oh. I need these two. Okay. Lighter gray. I think this needs to be more curved. I mean, not that curved. Did I do that on the... Let's see. I feel like the things I'm thinking about happened with the water DP mounts. Phone call. They didn't. Oops, fuck. Oops, fuck. Although I just had a phone. Phone call. Ray, you were wrong for hanging up. I'm like so confused on this like style that I have. It's like in my brain, but it's like nowhere else. And I don't know how to explain it. And I don't remember who does it. I think this is kind of how it is. Yeah, it's like this. And then I think there's a gradient. What? Oh, the other side needs to be black. This goes in here, or in here. It's supposed to go over the whole thing. Last tries. I think it's like this. Extra.
Lizard.
Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Oh shit. Click the wrong button. Lizard. 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 Oops. Yeah, I was like, do I want to redo the lines for the mouth too? And then I was like, not really, but I'm already here, so I might as well. Lizard, 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 lizard. Also, Kiwi, since I'm paying you in emotes, never, just let me know whenever you want them, okay? Because you're my boss in that regard, so. Time. Oh, I need a little tooth. A little tooth. I say you can always fall back on making me one if you have nothing else planned and you're feeling creative. Sounds good. Sounds good. And then I gotta do the eyebrows. Just be careful, because if you wait too long, I might have to cash it in to have you rig my PNG. That's fine. I'd probably redo your PNG, though, to be fair. I'd also probably make you just a little bit different than how I did it. Because I kind of want to put you in, like, a sit pose. I don't think I'd have it exactly the same as your PNG. But I'd be fine with that as well. Had to do an emergency transfer of margarita. The blender started leaking. Oh god. Hope everything's okay now. Can't really see the eyebrows, but if you let you know, you can see it. Oh, Dami Kiwi pose. Huh? I was just having you, like, sit. Like, relax. The book. Wait, what? Shut up, I'll tell you. Shut up while I tell you stuff. Oh, shit. I think that could work. If you wanted to ever do that. Go in there. No, not like that. Skin shade. That's not gonna work like that. I just realized. Actually. Still forget you saying you will never break the chain. The margaritas were saved, Pog. Good job. Good job. Be funny, but I'd be more appropriate. Please read me a book, please. I just think having you be in a sitting pose would be nice. That's just that. That's just that. Only lost half a cup's worth. Fuck yeah. Kind of bugs me where that says it's okay. It's okay for now. Tell you what else bugs me though. Yeah. We were streaming in the dorm and they just don't, but I don't know what to do. You could tell the RA. Scream back, that's also valid. Had plenty of people do that when I was in college. And I'm sorry you have been woken up yet again. I need my bow. I don't want to remake my bow. They're outside and it doesn't sound like just fun. Bang on their door and run away. Ding dong ditch. You got a whistle. God damn. Thrill of it. Thrill of it. I think I want the bow from... It's outside. You mean they're like fucking outside? That's crazy. Still beat them up though. But like the pedestrians aren't freaking out. Still beat them up. Beat them up if you can. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. I like this bow. But with my chances, I did the bow weird. I did do the bow weird. I wouldn't care if they were fucking valid. In a lot of cities, most people mind their business. Yeah, but they shouldn't be screaming. Damn it, I did redo that. Damn it. Stay inside, record on your phone, post it to TikTok, maybe call the police. Valorant's got ideas. About my repo bot. Give me that bow. Give me that bow. Give me both this bow and the. Actually, I was. All I'm saying is I wouldn't be afraid to punt them. This is as close as I think I'm getting to this. How did I do that? Boop. Let's go. I honestly would just fight them next. Or just put in some headphones, honestly. Put on earbuds, pick something to listen to that you'd relax. Chances are someone is doing something about it. Kiwi's not wrong. I stayed up so late writing a damn fictional journal for a D&D character. Fuck yeah, that sounds fun. Hope you had fun with that. Hope you had a good time. I gotta go. Holes in your sweater. You and you're looking at me, and your eyes are saying I have a tongue color shade. My bright skin shade skin. And there's one new person all over again. In a mouth. I'm just worried that something is wrong and no one is, but what if I call the cops and someone gets shot or deported for nothing? Highly unlikely, I'm gonna say. I feel like what is most likely going to happen, Vexed, is that, you know, they'll look into it because it's a disturbance of the peace. And if something needs to be done, they'll get it done. But they can't just boot them with no real reason. So, for example, if it is because of, I don't know, fucking someone's getting hurt, then they'll take care of it. If it's just some asshole being an asshole, then they'll take care of it in a different way, you know? They'll just throw them in the slammer for the night or something. Especially because it's a school zone. You know? So it'll be okay. If you're worried about someone's safety, that's fair, you know? Also a fair reason. Again, a new person all over again. mean, this page. I don't know what confetti colors are. Confetti colors. It could be that your anxiety is making it seem worse to you. Cats sound like a woman screaming. That is true. It gets sad. Starts off with her enlistment and the first 4 years of serving in this battalion, right up to the incident. Oh, the incident. You want me to be? You're all totally fine, Vex. You're so okay. It's okay. You take care of yourself. We'll be right here, okay? If you need us to calm you down, if you need me to do something goofy, silly, just let me know, okay? It's gonna be alright. We're here for you. Poor Vexed. It doesn't help that Vex has tried to sleep multiple times and they keep getting disturbed. But it's gonna be okay. If Vex is listening at all, it's gonna be okay. We're all here for you. It's gonna be alright. Oops. Take your time and breathe in. You reach out to the RA. Yep, that's what they're there for. That's literally like why they get a lot of the times free housing is to deal with things like that. So if that helps at all, definitely go talk to them if you need to. And then Stronglish. There we go. To make it easier to see. You were sunburned. I was a little too much in the sun, but we're okay now. Because of that, I think I might scoot the band-aid up a little bit. There you go. Also, it's not super a thing anymore, but in my old designs, I used to have like eyeshadow like right here, and I want to just bring that back because I liked it a lot. My makeup's gone much more tame as my model designs have gone on. Not that I mind. There you go. Oh my, I was making in Japan. I hope you understand. Her colonel stringed her and battalion right along into slaughter. Damn! Spooky. That wasn't the plan. Was Mia color in my ears? If so, what color does she do them? I don't think I'll be in here. Back. I don't think she does. VTuber assets, emotes, made. She does not. Oh, she did on the high one. Oh, sweet, you're still here? I am. He thinks she's dead along with the rest, but far from it. She's now an Avengers paladin. Search for her charge. Ooh. We're not doing. Okay. How has your working day been? Pretty good. I'm taking a break to like do some art stuff. But overall it's pretty good. I still have some video editing to do. But we will get to that in a minute. All in love. And it's just like a knife. And I feel good. Let's play this one. Ever truly paladin before, so I'm excited. Paladins are very fun in my opinion. And then I think I kind of want to make my ears like a lighter color. Not this light though. Even like a hair, but like lighter and stuff. That's kind of how. Well, my ears are actually a lot lighter than that. We don't have to make it extreme. My first and only character was a Vengeance with Paladin in high school. That's cool. That's cute. Oh, my neck. Alright, and I think I'm just adding that because I can. Oh wait, switch. White. Today when watching my friends my Elden Ring save and they watched me beat up Godric. Fuck yeah. I'm glad you hung out with your friends. Thank you for showing me to your friends. Thanks for being here, of course. I like being here. It's a daily fun time for me. I feel like it doesn't make sense, so I'm just gonna fix it to go the other way. It's okay. I think flipping it would be a bit better. All on me. Oh. Oh, rain down on. I'll go back. Good night, Bonk. I'm ready. Give me good night, Bonk. Good night, Sheppy. Sleep well. She's a copper-skinned Asmar with pale amethyst eyes, 2 extra eyes under her left eye, golden flecks across her nose, cheeks, sharp, dark white hair, and finally ghostly faint halo overhead. Cool. Good night. I saw a nap thing is highly recommended by your therapist. Does that mean you're officially a nap tuber? I am. I am officially a nap tuber. I didn't take one today just because I took a nap before I streamed. I took a nap after my therapy appointment instead of staying up. If I just stayed up after my therapy appointment, I probably would be taking a nap today. Or took a nap today, but... And by judging by how already late it is, that was a good idea. Note. Color. Here we go. Export. maincoow cheer. File save as. maincoow cheer. Nope. Cool. It has been done. You always leave the stream in nap mode over the weekend. What does that mean? Leave it in nap mode? What does that mean? Alright. I wanna Twitch. I just wanna see how it looks. I don't think you have to resize emotes anymore. Nay, says the horse. Oh. I'm only sleeping mode. Have it up, but you're napping. That's valid. I think that looks kind of cute. It definitely pops more in light mode, but I think they look good both. Pog. Is the Wi-Fi better? Yeah, is the Wi-Fi all right now? Dollar bills, $6. Okay, I have to put this in here. And my ref. There's my debut stuff, stream stuff, PLT ideas, bombs. I still have to work on the Jake the dog bottle and can't hold all these limes. Now that I did, hold on, I just want to look at it again. Download preview. Oh no, preview. Yeah, no, I like how the line art's going already with that one, so I think we'll be okay to finish that one. Emotes. Oh, I finished my Twitch panels. Oh, yay! Working on red sauce. Fuck yeah. This list is too long. Okay, I called the attack, but there's no way I'm going out normally, so I'm taking 2 times the safe melatonin dose. I need to fucking sleep. I had so much today, I can't be up anymore. Of course, Vexed. If you wouldn't mind, I'd appreciate it if you could let me know when you get up and that you're okay tomorrow. If not, if you're not comfortable with that, that's totally fine. But I hope you sleep well. And we'll be here if you need anything. Stay comfy, stress from class. New environments can be a lot. They can be. I'll at you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let me make this smaller. So. Thank you for the wellness check. I will redeem that in 10 seconds once I finish this. Have good eat. Yes, have good eat. Kiwi, I hope that through all our memories that we have together, that we'll get to do the best. For our favorite Halo fan? Okay, Vexed, I don't know if you're still here, but if you are, I hope you sleep wonderfully well. And I hope that tomorrow goes so good that you are like, you know what, yesterday was rough, but today is a good day. So I dragged it all down. I just had so much today with my grandma. No, you're okay, buddy. I want to hear about this. That's what I'm here for. If you have a rough day, I want to hear it. So please, and thank you for telling me. Thank you for telling me, and thank you for keeping me in the loop. It means a lot to me. So I hope you rest well and eat well, and we'll be here. And on God, if you need to DM me about anything, just do it. Okay? I'm here for you. Not just as a streamer to entertain you, but as your friend. I care a lot about you. I hope you sleep well, okay? And we'll go back to my yappening. Let's see. I did this one. I did that one. You didn't drag us down. You were using stream for its purpose. Exactly. It's exactly what I'm here for. I don't know why I put new sub-a-thongles. I think probably because I did the birthathon. This was my third birthathon. So I gotta do these two though. Animate. I did animate it, but I might wanna. Andrea gave me some ideas, so I might loop back to that one. As pictures for banana. I'm awake enough now. Welcome on in. Good morning. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? What have I done? Oh, I refreshed Discord. Holy shit, that scared the shit out of me. I'm good if you were asking how I am. I'm asking you all how you're doing. Animate. Okay. I think I'll probably listen until the 10 milligrams. Sounds good. Sounds good. I'm going to. Ooh, I have ideas now. I don't know where I put this. I guess this could just be like a special little info box. Special info. And then this one. Why is it not? Okay, well, it didn't want to listen to me. Main. Good news. Good news. I want to hear good news. Oh, an alarm would be a bit. I can nap longer. Hi, Malia. How's your stream? I'm gonna change this. AKA your daily motivational, multifaceted maincoow. I'm Elaine, aka your daily motivational, multifaceted maincoow. You need to raid and oh yes, do you want to add a care corner in the Discord for venting and supporting each other? Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. We can do a little. Space. Safe pillow. Huh? Huh? See. Called the safety blanket. Mojopedia. I don't think they have a blanket. Safe? Yes! No! Give it. There you go. Need to bend. Back here. Best to soothe. I am going to make this a slow mode channel. Oh, no, never mind. I am going to make it an age restricted channel just because it's like to make sure people understand that it's kind of a channel where like people will vent, so it could have like it's just a trigger warning channel because like I don't want people to be caught off guard by certain content being spoken about if it is. Every new scared every new scares the fuck out of me. What? Oh, new follower. Understandable. You need a raider has to free to your health. That's first and foremost. Oh, it is the most important. Health. To me. Otherwise. Enjoy our vibes. Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, I also was gonna put envtuber in my stuff. Oh wait, no, I'm doing it. Daily motivational faceted. Love is a spooky bitch. Twitchvod. Motivational. Oh. Are you an expert hide and seek player? Who, Buster or me? Oh, and not are you? I can't read. What do I put here? Maybe daily buddy? You need more water? No problem. I think that works. I think I'm good at hide and seek and I fall off the face of the planet pretty often. Valid. Actually, I think I could not see. I didn't refresh. I warmed up to Baby No Money. I like him. How do I want to do this? At first, I didn't trust him due to past trauma. No, that's valid. How does Eggy do theirs? I'm sure it's pretty aesthetic. It is. Is AUDHD? Is that autism ADHD? Also, why am I not following? We have too much stuff. And Buster gets curious. If you don't want to explain, you don't have to, though. Yeah. No, this makes sense. Ugh. My Twitter freaked out. Okay, cool. That's valid. Confidence scares me. That's also valid. I don't know if I like that, but it'll be okay for now. Because we gotta get into the thingy. Cow. That's valid, Quits. That's valid. I'm just adding this because Cito said it. It made me happy. Huh. I'm hungry. I'm gonna get a banana real quick. See, the world may say curiosity kills a cat, but I'm not a cat, so suck it, death. It's a metaphor. I'm back. Back with more water. Welcome back. I think I know what our definitely mood. I think I know if any fortunate souls boosted our Discord server 3 times, I know what our tag would be. It would be nap. I think it would be nap. What am I doing? I'm doing did you know? Did you know? Okay, they're really tanky. That should make you stronger. I've shoved banana in my mouth. I can now edit efficiently. I'm gonna start over here. I don't have my folders open. Perfect. I'm a crowbar. Woohoo! What doesn't kill you? This one. Hide me percent. Okay, that can go there for now. Hold on. That's not what I was gonna put here, is it? And they're weird little dudes. Yeah, I wanted this one. This one. Hi, Sachika! How are you doing? Hope you're having a lovely day. And it's this one. I go back to uni once the film course is finished. Fuck yeah! And I know this one should be the pharmacy. Oh. Thank you for the head pat, Sachiko. Thank you. I don't know what is supposed to go here. I like that scene of them fighting. This one? Oh shit, where would I put it though? Okay, that's not bad. I want to do one more, maybe? Cells at work. Yeah, I figured that'd be a good one for this one because we're talking about antibodies and cells and medicine. I think I finally got the right heads for sport, so why not give it a fuck? Yeah, do it! Made sure Elaine didn't have. Thank you. And do one of these. The next one's the cells at work, right? So. Is that Whitebeard on screen, huh? Oh, it was. For a second, there was One Piece. I just want a fight scene from something. Good job, bro. You know she can't read well. None of us can. Yeah. How did I not have enough clips for this? I went through this yesterday. Okay, let's go through and like fix this. A DBC with cell. Oh, yeah. DBZ cell fights. Which? Alright, give me this one. Okay, and then let me go in and fix. this soon. See how that sounds. Superpowers! Let's see. Traditional. Oops. Little blankie. Antibot. God damn it. You're the boo. Mugshot, no. Mugshot. Instead. Infections. It's like here. Huey, I don't do magic on other people because it personally feels invasive. Understandable. Yeah, that is actually very understandable. Boop. Boop. Thank you. Cool. Okay. Okay, I have to go to Canva. I go here, here, downloads, here. This part we were gonna do the Goku fight scene. When do they start fighting? How's that? Also, charms don't always work the way you think they do, so that charm could have helped you purge the body of harmful energy. Interesting. Okay, I want to use cells at work. I just gotta find a part that's like not super fast paced. Okay, I gotta do cells at work. 10 scenes. I should watch this anime. Like how being sick is typically your body fighting off germs instead of a consequence of being sick. Working together. And the platelets are so cute. White blood cells working together. One like a thing where they work together. I like this. I like this scene. And then hello, Condemned. I hope you're having a lovely day. I like them running. Let's get it over. Like this. Yeah. That's good. Just make sure there's no space. Yep. So it should go. Okay. But I'm dead. There's a Chihuahua one. This one. You can go to the song request. You know. Alright, we're doing this slightly different than how we normally do. Yeah, and then that means this. Let me scoot it up. Cool. It's censored what? Bottom. Where's that one? Okay, gets censored. Does it? Wait, where? Oh my god. This one. I'm alive, but I'm dead. Alive, but I'm dead. It did in the song title. It didn't for me. Where'd it go? Oh, it would not let me do it. Can I just download? Excuse me, could be your settings. Could be your settings. We got time to go. There's the MP3. Where's the MP3? Sound version will have MP3. Okay, cool. This year's weird little guys. Where is it? Top. This one. I want to adjust this just a little bit. Okay, got it. Okay, I want to try that. Is there anything else that I want? Yeah, the end. Schedule your shots. Cool. I want to try it like that because I think I like that. Yeah, I want to do. They are weird little guys. I'm gonna do a video transition. I'm gonna do a pop wobble here. Sooner though. Pop wobble. And then one more pop wobble over here. The sound effect. You want a little pop noise. So I'll slap. Okay, that was for one pop. Umbrella. The fuck, this has to be louder? Then these guys have to go up by like 5, I think. Let's do 2. Okay. I'm gonna lock the fuck in and stop buying random shit online. That's the hardest thing to do though sometimes. I know, but I need more RAM. That's valid. Surely I can lock in, right? I believe in you. I believe in you. Cool. So I'm gonna try that style. It's a little less intensive, but I think it's like Oh, I didn't change these. Do more labels. Save. Cool. Alrighty, did you know? Abra oogaga, abra oogaga. Abra. Color. And then we can consider that guy done, so we can check him off over here. And then next we'll do the highlight. And yeah, we'll go from there. Yep. Alright, cool. Workspace, scripts, comp, snap captions. Base generate. Hold me in your arms tonight. Let me check my email really quick. Boop. Boop. Pog. My ice cream tea is here. I get to get it up through the door. Again, night. Pog. Remember, that what doesn't kill you, it can actually make you stronger. That's how a little ouchie can protect you from this year's viruses. And it's a good thing. They're weird little guys. They're even smaller than most bacteria. It's even hard to say if they're living or not, since they have their own genetics but aren't affected antibiotics. Something with a name that literally means against life. Actually, I don't like that. Hold on. Antibiotics with a name means against life. Well, I'm gonna go to bed so I can get up and stream tomorrow. Sounds good. Have a good sleep. I look forward to your stream tomorrow. So if they're so tough, how do vaccines work against them? The trick is that they take advantage of your own healing superpowers. Traditional vaccines use a weakened version of the virus, while new vaccines use copies of their genetics to produce antibodies. This miniature mugshot isn't what makes you sick. After getting a shot. Instead, it's immune system more active while learning and producing defenses against future infections. It's like the medicine does a little magic trick to make you think you're sick, to make you healthier. With flu season right around the corner, I hope this helps. And you remember to schedule your shots. Shoot, I should do that myself. Now I know. On somewhere. The text is a little bit big. 24. 24.5. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Oh! Now the next one's V highlight, which shouldn't be too bad yet. That's just me matching clips, mainly. And then I do my mission. Let's see, tomorrow we're just doing the headphones because I don't really wanna. And then we're gonna do 2 videos, I think. That way on Thursday we can do the two outfit pieces and then do art. Yeah. I need more art. I need more art and tuna hake. This one. Create. Oh, me use my P. Shall fun. Familiar. Looks like it. Redacted. But then let's do find your loudest reverb. Distortion. Make it dry. Okay, that didn't do what I wanted to do. Maybe I don't do that. Okay, limiter, meter. What does this do? I just want to make it. This is a lot more fancy than I thought. I honestly thought it was just gonna be like, oh, we have filters to make it sound different ways, but it's like actual stuff. So I think I'll just go get a glitch sound effect and do it that way. Oh, I can spell. Sure. Did I tell you I played a little Bloodborne today? I think you told me you played a little Elden Ring, but I don't think you told me that you played Bloodborne. How was it? Did you have fun? Wait. Wait. Oh my god. It's eh. Wow, okay. I gotta pick it up the first time Sunday. Now I've made it to my first time. It's definitely more of an honest Souls than Elden Ring. Yeah, how come? Why is that? I know a lot of people do tend to like it more than the newer Souls games, but I'm curious why you think that. At least for the first dungeon, which is where I'm at, you basically have a linear path. Oh, is Souls games more linear? Super sure, but visual treats. Visual treats. Nope. No. That is. Gone. Resolve crash one. Oh no! I'm so sorry. Chibis. I think Souls games are defined as Metroidvania, but they're far more linear than an open world game like Elden Ring. That makes sense. Concha. Oh, shit. A. With. Oops. A bunch of. I threw some honey in this tea thinking it was unsweet, but I think the honey might not have been necessary. Damn, that's unfortunate. Now it's super sweet. I didn't know I was playing it. Is that spelled correctly? Oh. Pancake. Wow. Nadia. think it was on request. Hop over. This guy should be 1. Shadows. Updates. Sad story. Socials, blue sky, reply, video transitions. What's my pop bobble? Okay, and then I'll move those in a little bit. Let's see. Modes, there we go. Between illustrations. Open I know. Hello. I'm so sorry, my thing is not working. Hello, my loves. Oh, move form baby, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Don't mind my mouse being all crazy kooky. Hello, gluttonous kook. Thank you for gluttonous crook. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. The alert always gets me. That's valid. I am glad you like it. Hi. For those of you who are new here, my name is Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow, your daily motivational, multifaceted maincoow. I realize I said that in a weird order, but don't mind that. I'm getting used to it. But I hope you guys had a wonderful time. How was your stream? What were you doing? You were co-working too? How was co-working? Did you have a good time? I hope you had a great time. I hope it was good, and then you got stuff done, and it was great. If you need the raid and rest, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important to me. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy our vibes as we just work on really as we work on this video for Bunchata, highlighting Bunchata. If you know them, they're pretty cool. Move for me, baby. I do like that name. You're out here working again. Hello, Lane Chat. Hello, yes I am. I'm here every day, Monday to Fridays. Monday to Fridays, I'm here. Doing the do, working hard. If you've had dinner yet today, feel free to tell us what you've had for dinner. Otherwise, enjoy the vibes. On God. We're just working hard to get the stuff done. Because I want to go do more art stuff. I don't know what art stuff. But guys, wonder, I hope you're having a productive time. I am. We got our work done today. We made an emote. Thanks to a free base that was on Twitter. I made a little cheer emote for myself. It's me. Look at me. I'm cheering. It's pretty cute. I like it. I think it's pretty cute. Made some panko crusted chicken breast and delicious. That sounds so good. And at a bit, I'll catch you next time. No problem, Yang Toro. Sleep well. I'm sorry I hesitated, but sleep well. No problem. It's okay. I also stuttered. So, you know, it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. But I hope you enjoy your eep. Have a good eep. Have a good eep. Eep, 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 eep. Alright, now, what am I doing? We're gonna do what a bunch is this one? I have to lock these guys though, or else they will overlap and then I will cry. Ooh, wrong one. And then I gotta zoom it. I gotta turn this off though. And then I gotta find what my cropping is. It is 78405. Ooh, 5. That doesn't seem right. It's 810. It's 810 this time. Boop. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your stream. Can't wait to see what you put out. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wait, I want to do this part. I have to turn this down a little bit. This I have to turn up. It's like 3, I think. I can hear still hear what? What? How can I still hear? Oh. And then I go over here. And I got this one. Elaine, top 3 anime genres. Oh fuck. Action. Isekai. Fantasy? Probably. Wait. I kind of like this being in the... All the lies that you've been in. 1,000 that come off. Yeah, man, I don't know. You put me on the spot. What I do? Those are the main ones, because it's like Dawn to Dawn, Ancient Magus Bride, Black Butler, Delicious in Dungeon. Like, those are all ones that come to mind. You want recommendations? Hey, we got a list in the Discord, in the content cubby. We have, it's not in the content, it's in Blockbuster. We have an anime. Oh, god damn it, Kiwi. God damn it. One Piece. You can put anime and games and movies and stuff if you want in here. I'll look at them. Probably watch them. Who the fuck has fucking... I have a cooler profile because I have one of my own. Okay. And then let's do this one. Can't wait to see the list grow. Me too. Have you ever seen Free Run? I haven't yet. I've heard too many good things about it. Give me again, I would understand. Oh, that one. This one next? Dropping, retaining. It's basically peak. I mean, you're not wrong. I've seen a lot of clips from it. Apply routine. Oh, deeper flavor, this one. I gotta bring this here. Oops. Well, found that ledge, my friend. Yes, but I found that ledge, my friend. There's that. What haven't I done? I haven't done this one yet. Why? This one, right? Yes, I did. Oops. Clips. Apply, retain. And then I should have one more. Did I not use all of them? I didn't use all of them. Oh. Thank you for the wellness check. I should put a sound alert with that. I'll scoop this down a bunch. And then I'll do one more watch over while I drink water. Space bunnies soar. Space bunnies soar. Okay, cool. That's the thing I was forgetting. You should make it drink that water, bitch. Drink that water. No, that's too aggressive. Time for lunch. Have a good lunch. I should make it the Minecraft like chugging noise. I like that one. I need audio. Not that one. This one. Hmm. Quirky. I like the beginning of that, but sounds like a game. Let's do and funny, angry, sad, weird, sexy, eccentric. Let's try eccentric. Nope. Maybe not eccentric. Eccentric is not what I thought it would be. If I'm honest. Nope. Uplifting is also not what I thought it was. Too bright. And this one. Aww. That's not bad. No. It's okay. I think I like this one though. Save. Boop, 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 boop. Alright. Okay. Now we can restart this bad boy. Get them subtitles in there. End off with I'm Shine and call it a night. Excuse me. So probably like another 30 minutes at least. At least. Huh. That's not what I was expecting. Turning my blood. What I do to you. So putting these over here. With this. You have like a lullaby. In your mind. Oops.
You're coming up on 8 hours, champ. I hope you know we don't have overtime.
Yep, no, I know that, boss. Don't you worry. He doesn't he look like a little, like, general manager, though, of a construction company? Tomorrow, let's make him a new outfit. I'm thinking a little, maybe Dungeon Master? Maybe a little D&D character for him? Otherwise, I don't know what else I want to do, to be honest. We might have ideas in here. Googly eyes. You can do a googly eyes. Hell's name, mascara. My napalm era. Big, squeaky, cute, and savage. Do I have all the VODs I need? 20th. Is this the 21st? It is, so I don't. I'll show, cause I'm gonna show you. Dun, dun. Alrighty. This place looks familiar. It's like, wait, I know where I am. It's that cool and goofy Space Bunny store. Let's say hi to Conchata. Let's go say hi to them. Let's say hi to Conchata. She may run a legally distinct super shopper, but I'd say she specializes in treats, visual treats, that is. Between illustrations and emotes, bunches art is perfect for those with a creative. I don't like this. Sure. They even have some hyper detailed stuff for those wanting a deeper flavor. Whether you have the membership or you're just coming in to try the samples, there's always some eye candy screen. Well, bunch of words. Cocoa for space. Pancake. Ah, my computer's lagging. No! Okay, sorry, my computer decided to die. I'm wondering what rating is all about. Is the playback at full? It is. God dang it. They might be better at being loud than teaching, which is fine for me because I have a hard time listening. If they're not in a liminal space, or by their wife's scratch spaceship, run over to Blue Sky and catch all of Bunchata's updates. Cool. Alright. Now the last one for today. Yeah. My nose. I'm okay. Who's streaming right now? Other than Heavy. Ooh. Core's doing some more art stuff. This one. I need images though. I don't think I have images for this one. I don't think I do. replace. Do this one. Please select the clip. Let's not pop this over there. Put him over there. Put this guy, put him over here. And then replace Goo Goo Gay with oop, cancel. This one. Oh wait, was that a GIF? Oh, dang it. It was. This one. Alright. Save. Oop, oop. I'm gonna play some New York Times game while I wait for that. Yeah, I hate it. What? Why can't I close out of this? Okay, well now they've made me upset and I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to pay for it. I just want to play it. Hello. Hello. Oh. This one. Nope. Hug to the world. Oh. It seems. Oop. Back then, to hot exclamation point. The misses. Myself mental health. I lost back then. I think it's the reptile romance. Oh, the reptilian. Watches. Watch as Let's see. I know. Oh. Also, I realized I forgot to do something in the last video I worked on. So I will fix it. Okay, fair. You two. A little silly save. Cool. I even survive. Okay, cool. Cool. And then we added the clips, video editing, this one. It starts with this one. Up top, 78, 141. Retain, scoot up a bit. I'll scoot up a little bit. One clips. He do the dance. He do the dance. So this is when he do the dance? Why does he stick out his arms? I think it ended right before I did it. No! Download video. a baby. Fucking. Fire routine. Squishomo, you got it. Good way to end off the stream. Hello. Oh shit. I always forget that it's in my face. Back with Nuggies. Nice. Welcome back. I also not fix this. I didn't fix what? The trunk reminds me of my cat. She fat. I am a chunky little lad. What kind of nuggets did you get? I am the chunkiest little lad. Makes sense. What the fuck would you read? No more chicken nuggets are right now. The dial nugget. No. No. Not already got it. The dial nugget. I have to fix this really quick. Again and again. 5. What do you mean? Okay. It's just gonna be one random weird font. Because I don't know why that did that. Huh? Why did it do what? What? It works in here. Oh wait. Yeah, it works in what the fuck? Okay. Whatever. Okay. Now we gotta close it. Reopen it. Mark things off for being good. Oh, so I lay here instead with my symptoms. And now it's loading. It's loading, chat. Again, get this guy. Oh, we do this guy, and I'm just gonna edit this for tomorrow. And this one. This one. Save. This one. Nope, this one. Workspace. Scripts, comps, snap, captions. Hello. 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 I don't know where to go, so I lay here instead with my symptoms. Symptoms of sorrow and dread. All said it would fade, but again and again. I love her. I love. Base generate. I love her. I love I love. I want to put something on my art list as well. Boop, 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 boop. Fix big ol' email. Okay. From this little pug named Johnny to the world, it seems that not only did they my heart, but they've also sold their mama's phone. You better say hi back right now before he gets caught. Trying to get Crush's attention is even harder in the dating dino scene. Look at this big guy with his little all over the place. This is one of my most favorites. Random resolve trivia. You can copy nodes in Fusion into any text box and copy the text and paste it into Fusion node. Really? Huh. Huh. Thank you for letting me know. The message didn't really like this dance, but I loved it. The reptilian moment doesn't end there. Watch this impressive couple of turtles. Watch and couple turtles. No! No! Watch couple turtles. And there you go. So, in theory, you can copy paste entire node tree and send it through DMs. That's crazy! That'd be a good way of like sending stuff though. I think Sammy does that as well. You can copy the JSON text and just copy and paste it in the program, which is nice. And it's the day away without a care in the world. Turtles tend to live for a long time, but I believe these little turtles will love for an even longer time. Be sure to say I love you to those you care about in your own special way, even if it's a little silly. Save. Let's make it save. And this guy goes here with a 0.45. 0.45. There you go. Okay. Delete empty text. Pog. Pog, 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 pog. Pog, 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 oops. Pog, 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 pog. Okay. I'm gonna probably go do some silly things on the internet. On the internet. Not on the internet. Not the internet. While I go eat dinner and stoofing things. So I'm gonna go send you. Is Gore still doing stuff? Gore is still doing stuff. So I will go raid the. Wait, who's this? Who's this? Oh, it's Jelly Bun. We're gonna go raid Jelly Bun, actually. Go raid Jelly Bun. They're playing. Yeah, because they're playing a game, and we haven't really played games today, so I think you might enjoy their content. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I'll be back tomorrow. Enjoy Jelly Bun's stream if you hang out. Otherwise, I hope you have a good night, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Here's the raid message. You don't have to use it, but I appreciate it, because then they know where you're coming from. But I love you guys, and have a wonderful night. Have fun over there. Sleep well. See you tomorrow. I love ya.